and find something you're passionate about besides Ziggy.
Okay. Can you guys hear me okay? I don't know if even that was playing. I couldn't hear it on my side, but yeah. I know, Christy, but I'm here to put out just what I know to be the facts because there is a lot of stuff and I know it's going to piss people off, okay? I already know that from the jump that some of you are going to get mad, okay? But I'm just going to tell the truth what I know, and it's not going after anybody. It's not going after the grab. It's not going after Josh. It's not going after any creators or anybody else. Okay. Because I'm going to try to do this as objectively as possible. Okay. Because I know I'm kind of in a biased situation here because I'm friends with the grab. Okay. Well, at one time, you guys remember, I know it's been a while, but I used to be like all about, Josh and thought he was just one of the best creators in this community as far as integrity, okay? So, but this is not going to be just like an attack on showing what he did. It's, the grab had definitely, and I think, and she knows it. She knows she didn't do everything correctly. And yes, she is like hurt and probably is doing things like a lot from emotion and stuff. But guys, there is so much more to this that people do not understand. And the grab, by the way, did not. She asked me not to talk about this anymore. Okay, whether and support or even going against her, she just asked me to not speak on it. Okay, but she wants it to all go away, but I'm sorry, like I cannot. When I know, like, most people have like the wrong idea. They don't understand because it's such a freaking involved story. It's not, there's so much context. And I'm not going to be looking at the chat a lot during this live probably because I might see somebody that somebody involved with this situation and it might distract me and I don't want to get nervous. I want to just be as make this as most about truth as I can. If I am speaking from a opinion point of view, I will make that like clear. Okay. So I don't even know where to start. Really, I should do like a timeline. But we all know I'm not an organized person. So this is probably going to be all over the place. You already know. Okay, just like, so I understand. So save the attacks of how like spacey and whatever I am. I already know. Duh. No, I'm not just the receipts at all. Just the receipts is just I don't know what she claims to be something, but I don't know. I'm definitely not JTR. Hey, Lady CG and Julie and Country Girl. Yeah, I won't be able to look at the chat, but too much. And hopefully my daughter will, I hear her playing the game, or hopefully she won't be too loud, but I'm going through the chat real quick. I'm going to say my highs and, all that first. Okay, because I don't want to feel rude, even though I know, like, being a viewer, a subscriber myself of other channels, I know actually how annoying it is when the creator sits there and says hi and to each person individually for like 10 minutes, and I'm just like, get on with it. So I try not to do that very long, but I also don't want to yeah. But yes, the grab is my friend. And I'm saying the grab because I'm trying to respect the fact that she doesn't want her name said a bunch, but like it's really kind of, I don't know. I think here at the beginning, when this just all is like getting put out there and stuff, I think it's like, and right now, I might have to say her name right now because it's so early on, but I I will try not to, but I know her as Jenny, so hi everyone does a trick. That's what I try to do. Prefer to be ignored. Hey flip flop. So I'm just saying right up front, I already know I'm gonna piss probably, I don't know, 25% of you off, probably. Just because I know a lot of people here probably have the same opinion on this as I do, because many here were friends or are friends with her also, and support her. But I think it's fair to always try to be as unbiased and objective as you can. Okay, so this is not going to be all like pointing out the things Josh did, but it's going to be raw and real, and it's just gonna, you guys can believe it or not. Actually, I wanted to pull up me and her text. It might be on my old phone, but so I could kind of reference it. I wasn't going to pull it up on the screen, but hold on. So, and sorry guys, let me pull up my chat before I get going here. I might play some of Tiffany's stream, because I'm so bad at staying like I'm so bad at planning or staying on a timeline and stuff. I'm so scattered all the time that I forget things, and referencing that stream might help me think of something that I agree with, or I know to be false or whatever. And hopefully I think that I think that Tiffany is fair enough that she hopefully will not get mad at me for it. I mean, she already knows how I feel. So I talked to her before the stream yesterday. And so she knows that, but when sometimes it's hard for people to look at this situation and really give it a fair really give it a good, there's just not enough, not enough has been, there's just so much, guys, there's so much context. It's not that black and white, unfortunately. And that's why when Jenny got on the panel yesterday, that is just why, she's long-winded as it is. Like, me and her are a lot alike in that ways. Like, that way she can get scattered too. And plus, she's already dealing with so much in her regular life. Okay, I'm not making excuses. I'm going to try to be as objective. I'm just like giving you guys facts and what I know. Okay. There was just no, it could come off to people like she's trying to gaslight or deflect or change the focus or whatever. But no, what's going on is that you really have to start at the beginning and just like, there's so much. Oh, thank you, AB. I saw your comment on or heard your comment in the live. I thought that was funny. Let's see how long this one lasts. Hopefully you didn't premature membership. Instead of premature speculation. Hopefully by the end of this, you don't regret your membership. But thank you. I don't think you will. I think that you're pretty fair, actually. I was very, I liked that the AB was able to be up on Tiffany's yesterday. And, like he has his own opinion. And I like that. Like he doesn't just go along with what Tiffany's saying or whoever's saying. He speaks his mind, and that's how it should be for any of us. We should all have our own opinion. We shouldn't get mad if, one person supports one person and one supports the other thing. I try not to take it personally, like things that Tiffany said, that I know not to be exactly correct, but like the thing is, people just don't know. They don't understand. I get it because I remember when I first found out about the situation, I found out June 28th. It was accident. It was an accident for me to find out. I do need to go over and pull up Tiffany's live stream from yesterday and read those Discord messages, because there was something that Jenny said that I don't understand. I know Jenny to be a very honest person. So I don't think it's a lie. I just think that, I don't know, I might be confused what she's trying to say. Maybe, so we'll go over it together. But because she was saying something about somebody threatening to leak the story. It sounded like she was saying I threatened to leak the story. I never threatened to leak the story, ever. Never. I kept it to myself. But when I first heard about it, I was kind of like many others, in a way. Because I didn't have all the information. At first I was like, okay, like the first day I talked to her. No, I did talk to her for, I think I don't know what it was, 6 or 8 hours. Not the first day I found out, but the first day I found out, she didn't know I knew, because somebody accidentally showed it to me, or showed me a screenshot that wasn't redacted, and they forgot to take something out. It was a complete accident, but it was still, I was kind of like her at first, because I'm just being honest. Like I said, I'm trying to look at this always. This was June 28th. Okay. I was noticing weirdness in Josh, and I was noticing some weirdness in Jenny, and I could not freaking figure it out. And it like bugged me, because I knew something was up, but to anybody else, it would sound like I was being like petty or something. But I just noticed like these small changes that kept like it. I don't know. It just was not adding up. Okay. And when I found out like my basic, like I've looked at as like best friend in this community, I thought anyways. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I still like her and stuff, but I was I couldn't believe she knew for like 2 months before I did, and didn't even tell me when I had talked to her several times about like, what is going on with Jenny? What is going on? Why is Josh not coming around anymore and stuff? It wasn't like, I wasn't relating them together, but I was like in separate conversations would bring this up. And she knew the whole time and never even freaking told me. Now she was trying to be a friend to Jenny too. So I try to look at that also. But yeah, I was a little bit irritated because I felt like there was so much going on. I can't even, it's going to be so confusing for most of you guys. No, she didn't fool me, guys. The stuff that I know is absolute proof. There's absolute proof. And I'm going to tell you, as far as fooled, I wouldn't say that yet until you hear my whole opinion. And it's going to be long-winded. Sorry. Okay. I already know. Because there's a lot to this. And it is. There's a lot. So I found out June 28th. And when I talked to Jenny about it first, when Jenny found out I knew about it, like, I think the person told her right away that that she had accidentally showed me, but I swore to secrecy and I didn't tell anybody. I didn't talk to anybody about it for, it seemed like forever, until I found out that somebody else that I am close to knew too. And then we started discussing it, like our opinions and stuff. But you have to understand, like, a lot of people think, oh, well, he paid back the money, so it's all good, right? And I get that. I understand, okay? And it's not just about the money, though. Come here, hon. My daughter, little Ziggy, she needs attention, guys. Everybody say hi to little Ziggy.
I swear I can't open it.
Use one of your fingers that your nails broke off on. All right, guys. Hey, lip lock. Let's see. Oh, that might be true, CT. That might be true. I don't know. I've sometimes wondered because I was really... People are taking this the wrong way, too, about the whole JTR thing. And, of course, like, the reason I was upset about her going on JTR had nothing to do with, oh, she didn't come to my channel. No, I didn't even think... we discussed her coming on my channel, but I wasn't sure if I even want to do it. It was never something I suggested to her. I kept saying, you need to do it on your own channel over and over again. And that's what, like, many, the other person that knew that I was talking about, like, said too. I just thought it would be best. So when I saw, like, somebody that was supposed to be my friend that I talk to more than most people here, and talk to more than 99% of you guys, like, go on JTRs, which, like I said, is a 6-up mini me. Yeah, I was kind of annoyed by it, okay? Because I felt JTR. And let's get this out. Everybody's wondering who leaked the calls. That's easy. It's JTR. Sorry. And it's not just because I dislike her. Yes, I dislike her. I don't hate her like she claims she hates me. I mean, she doesn't... I don't know her, like, personally. So you know what I mean? I think she's just an annoyance. It's the only person responsible for the words that leave his mouth. He is only representing himself, however. Yeah. Upon checking out of the grocery store, maybe. So, by the way, let me just say also that please allow all opinions on both sides. only the ones that are super disrespectful, like delete or something, please, because I want to be fair. Okay, so the reason why I believe JTR is the one that leaked it, or pretty much no, and so does like several others is because gosh, there's so much freaking context. So hard to okay. Little do I know Jenny had gone to JTR and talked to her about the situation. Like, how do I have known that? I would have been like, what, WTF? Okay. And I don't know how long they were in talking for, but I guess somebody from the Circle Jerks had mentioned that they knew who JTR was referring to in a post that she posted on her community wall about exposing a big creator here soon and stuff. And I don't follow JTR like that. I didn't see it, but I guess that person, this lady from Circle Jerks, had said that they knew that JTR was referring to the Josh and Jenny situation. And when I found out about that, I was like, what the hell? She's talking to JTR, okay? I didn't know. And so, anyways, the point of the post is okay, so JTR thinks she's getting this exclusive interview. She's going to be the channel to freaking put out this stuff all about Josh, okay? And it's going to be big, right? That's what she's thinking. So, what happens? Well, JTR has a live. And okay, so well, no, actually, let's see. I'm not good with timelines. Okay, the post happens. They had talked. They had planned for this upcoming live with Jenny and JTR, exposing all this stuff. But Jenny went to on Circle Jerks panel, I guess, and well, a lot of people, including JTR, feels that Circle Jerks is like Ziggy support channel. And JTR has always related that channel to me. I'm like, JTR dislikes me more than probably anybody on YouTube. Okay. She knows, JTR knew she was talking to somebody that was very close to Ziggy. I feel like JTR thought she was going to get information about me and others friending up with Jenny, okay? And she thought this was going to be a big FU to Ziggy, right? But Jenny doesn't see it like that. I see it like that. But when Jenny went on Circle Jerks, JTR, around this time, same time, these calls get released, okay? Like right soon after. Well, because it was like, okay, it was that same day when Jenny was on that panel. JTR did a live, then went live about Circle Jerks and Ziggy, like just out of nowhere, just talking major shit. Now it makes sense because she was mad because Jenny was on Circle Jerks and she was afraid Circle Jerks was going to get the exclusive. So she was pissed. Then these calls just magically come out. Okay. And also Jenny had told her that she was no longer going to do that, going to expose Josh on her channel because she didn't like the live that JTR had about Circle Jerks and myself. She thought it was petty. She thought it was like, because just the stuff she was saying, like saying that she hated Ziggy because Ziggy's dumb and stuff, it just was so ridiculous. Okay. And so I guess Jenny had emailed her and told her that she was not doing it anymore on her channel. Somehow, and that's what Jenny had told me. That's the last I knew. until the day it freaking happened. And an hour before, Jenny's telling me she's going on JTR. And she said, I know you don't like her. And I'm like, WTF? How did that happen? I thought you emailed her and told her you weren't. You know what I mean? But I think those calls were released by JTR when she thought that Jenny was not going to be coming on her channel. No, what's up, dog? There's way, you guys. Josh did some like really dirty things. Like, one thing I want to say I was listening earlier before I forget to Tiffany's, and she mentioned something about like the revenge porn that Doug did or whatever, and that at least Josh didn't do that. Josh is doing that. If you sent freaking nudes to Josh or any risque photos, I'd be checking your email, because I'm trying to get a hold of one person that I know who was in the picture, that I feel I know who was in the picture. He covered the face, but yes, he makes fun of you, and and I want to know really the context behind that picture and why it was sent, because Josh made the girl look like a whore. Josh was laughing and being like, look at this girl, look what people send me, you know, like it just like randomly ended up in his inbox. Okay, well, he had a little emoji over the face of the girl while she's up on all fours, and see, but I could see the hair, and I think I know who it is, and I've emailed that person an email that I think, I haven't talked to him for months, but I'm trying to get a hold of him, because I'd love to know the real truth behind that picture. And there's more. That's the only one I saw. It wasn't any, and also, I don't know how this got turned around too. No, I didn't see any nudes of Josh, or that's the only picture I've seen. Yes, he did. He sent them to freaking Jenny, laughing about the girls, making fun, basically calling them whores. Yeah. And also, for all those that think that, oh, like Jenny's just fucking crazy and this is out of nowhere, it's just a scorn lover. No, it's way more than that, guys. I'm sorry. It is way beyond that. Yes, he paid the money back, but why did he lie about what he needed the money for in the first place? He lied. The very first time, and he admitted it, the very first time he got money off Jenny, he lied about what he needed it for. She did offer the first time, but after he made up this fake sob story about what he was going through, because he felt like Jenny would, and he admits it in these calls. He knew that Jenny would give her money, and he admitted to, taking advantage of her, and okay, he did pay her back. I was surprised when that happened, because I actually was talking to Jenny and kind of like, oh my God, is he going to pay it back? Is he not going to pay it back? Because I was in communication with her about it. Because the only reason he paid it back, guys, is because he was scared of her outing him. There's also been other girls that have come out since. Oh, I thought I was Josh's girlfriend. He told me I was his girlfriend. Yeah. And Josh, please, spare me and others that know better. You're not talking because I understand, people make mistakes and stuff, but the whole bullshit that is a court matter now, that's such bullshit. You just don't want to talk on it. How is you speaking on this situation going to change anything about a two-party lawsuit, about a phone call being recorded without your knowledge? That has nothing, you speaking on the details of and how this all happened and answering questions about this has nothing to do with a lawsuit about a phone call recorded. Okay. So, but at first, like, I was like, many like you, I'm like, okay, I think maybe she's just like a little bit, she's just sat, when I say at first, I mean like maybe the first couple hours of our phone call that first time when I found out when we talked about it. Um, because I was trying to get like all sides and hear every, without actually talking to Josh about it. But at first I thought, okay, maybe she's just is like a scorn lover. She's upset. She's mad that he took advantage of her and stuff because he definitely did. Okay. She also, you guys got to also remember that's the whole, it's extra sensitive subject for her because her dad, that's what she's in court with, fighting, fighting and trying to get this lady put in prison, which is finally, she was finally indicted anyways. I don't want to talk too much about her real world personal stuff, but anyways, something happened to her father similar about a financial scam. So yeah, this is very sensitive subject for her. So you got to take into all accounts. Like, yeah, I agree with many people. I do think she wanted the calls out. I know she tells me she doesn't. She swears she still says that, but in my opinion, I think like she was very, very confused because one second she would want him out and the next second she wouldn't. She didn't want to, one second she'd be very upset with Josh. Next second she'd be like, feel kind of sorry for him in some ways. But like they were both contacting each other and sending each other crazy messages. Okay. That's another thing too. Those emails, or I don't even know where that one message came from about your mother is dead or something like that. It was a horrible message. But I want to know, like, does he know for sure it came from her? I mean, and how, But it was very horrible, and I was like, that's not good. But he was sending things like that to her too and blowing up her emails and threatening her with 6-up, saying he was on a freaking, gonna get 6-up and they're gonna all just go after her because he knew that Jenny has anxiety and she's very private person and she does not, this stuff makes her very uncomfortable. She was wrong in some ways. I mean, and I don't know. And yes, I think she's mad. But this relationship has been over since the end of June. It is July, August, September. Okay, so it took 3 months. I think they started dating in March, April, May, June. 3 or 4 months or something. It was all like on the phone. And he did not tell her he had a girlfriend. Actually, come to find out, it looks like he has several. And that's why he never talks about it on his channel, and he avoids it because he's playing several women. Okay, that's his problem and stuff. And yes, it's not like cool, but I mean, and I do think some of this needs to be talked about. I do think some of it needs to be put out there because if it was me or certain other people, it would be out there, no problem, because they feel like people would be like, oh, we need to put it out there so nobody else gets scammed by Ziggy. So everybody's, the community's aware. Well, I'm just making people aware that I'm not saying that Josh should be canceled. And I'm not saying really that he's a bad person. I just think he did made some things going on. Like, I don't know. I spent hours trying to figure out what it was, like, and talking to Jenny about it and stuff. But like over time, like, I saw what she was talking about. But at first, it took a lot. Because at first I just thought, like, she's just mad. Why isn't she just, like, keep him blocked? Leave, you know what I mean? But it's way more. My man has hustle and flow. What should be a non-issue? He lied completely about what the money was, so that's the problem with it, guys. You guys are failing to tell the whole story. That's what fucking pisses me off. Why would he have to even mention that he make up a lie about being behind on mortgage or whatever? Why would he even have to say that to her? Unless he knew what he was doing. That's the problem. Who gives a fuck if he paid it back? If you guys are not understanding. Some of you just but I get it. I know. I'm just frustrated. I'm sorry, but I understand because I was there at one point, like, for at first, because it's so much. But you can never understand until you, like, piece it all together and know everything. All the, I'm sure, several emails that Jenny has got from Josh. He'll say it wasn't him. And he was, I mean, they were both trying to contact her and both playing stupid games. Both were fucking doing stupid game shit. And when she says she was embarrassed, what she means is she's embarrassed about because about the money thing. That's what because of what happened with her father. Because she knows that it was stupid. She knows it. She knows she should have known better than to give somebody she barely had been dating so much money and stuff, you know? She knew that. But he was saying, he was making her feel like, oh, about having they were talking. I mean, I'm talking about really serious stuff that he was saying to her, like, about marriage, about, like, having a family. It was okay. He really freaking played her bad. Well, he had a girlfriend. By the time she found out that he had a girlfriend, first of all, this girlfriend, by the way, guys, he lied about who the girlfriend was and said that she lived, like, far away, okay? So, I don't know what was said about having, still date being a mistress or something. I haven't seen that, but you got to understand, Ginny was under this impression that, which I'm not saying it's okay, but just for context, Ginny was under the impression that this girlfriend it was kind of like a complicated relationship, and it was also long distance. And, this person was, like, is married still, but she's, like, trying to leave her husband. So this is the stuff Josh is telling her, okay? It's not like she was told he has a no, he never was upfront at all. And he kept lying. And he admits it in those calls. And he says he recorded the calls too. I've seen texts of him freaking threatening to put this shit out that he recorded it. His girlfriend is in chat. They got very, very, yeah. Renee. They got very, very close over the months that they were talking. They got very personal. A lot of times when you're talking to somebody on the phone or through text, you can be more open with your feelings and stuff because you don't get as there's kind of that safety net of the space between you. And, I don't know. I do feel like in those long distance relationships or whatever, you can't, because the reason why I say that is because I don't know. I've talked to, like, I'm just in my experience, like personal experience. I've been in a relationship where we didn't see each other that much and stuff. And some of the things I said in text, I probably wouldn't have been able to say like face to face. I don't know. Yeah, that's another thing. Right. She knows that, like, that's why she says she's embarrassed because she knows, like, she shouldn't have given him money. Like, this is stuff that she knows. Like, she knew that she was. See, Josh played on the fact that Jenny, of all things, wanted. I don't want to talk too much about personal stuff. He knew, like, what, her biggest desires in life were and her biggest, like, insecurities and worries and stuff. They got very personal. And then when things kind of went sour, those things were being used against her and as ammo because she had opened up about how much, like, I talked to him about Six Up. Like, Jenny was very, like, did not want to be involved with the Six Up thing because she thinks she's crazy, just like, and knows that she finds her kind of scary. And for Josh to weaponize that because he knew by mentioning Six Up that it would scare her. Like, yeah, he did. He also would use, like, I mean, both of them did it. Chris McDonough, they both, like, freaking sent threats and stuff back and forth, really. But ultimately, like, he was the one that, scammed her. And he scammed her. He lied about what the money is for. I don't understand how that's okay. He didn't even, like, the first story he told wasn't even true. When she offered him the money, it was a completely made up story. It's what people don't get. Like, yeah, she offered him the money, but he freaking pretend cry and freaking, like, say how much shit he's in. And, just like the story of this computer. His next fucking scam. This dude, I'm telling you guys, like, it's so messed up. He fucking gets a hold of her. Okay, it doesn't matter what we feel about whether or not Jenny, like, should have given him money or not, because, like, she knows that she shouldn't have. She knows that she, was not thinking with her head. And, what I mean? Gosh, you guys, there's just so much to this, like, context with, what she's going through in life. And he just knew everything about her and her strengths and weaknesses, and he used it against her. And they both kind of, I guess, did that. But the computer, I think that was his second freaking scam. I can't keep him straight. There's several of them, guys, that he lied about. There's so many. I'm not even joking. So many things. I could not believe, at least he fucking admitted it and, like, said sorry, but to her and stuff. But he was caught. Like, he had to have. He knew He had to say sorry. He knew, first of all, Jenny was friends with a creator, Ziggy. Okay. And who else? Like, I don't know, like if she told him that, if he knew that she told anybody else or whatever, but he knew, like, he didn't want this stuff out. He took a computer. So his next scam, okay, next scam he does, after he gets, I don't want to say for sure I know what was the second scam because there's like several. I might get them out of order. I think the first scam was the house mortgage. He was complaining about, oh no, we're going to lose our house and stuff. Like my grandma's going to lose her house or something like that. You know, completely made up story out of nowhere to try to gain sympathy from Jenny because he felt like she had money and he could get money out of her because she talked to him, guys, about all the people she knows. Showed him proof of, like, you know, she has friends and she has very prominent friends, okay? People that if you would think like she was wealthy because, oh, that's her, you know, her friends in this show or whatever, okay? But I do believe he thought she was wealthy. When he said that whole thing about the UGG thing, that pissed me off too. It's like, dude, she never sent me money. Jenny has never sent me money, ever. She sent me those Uggs, you know, a few months ago. They were the fluff ones or whatever, but they were from a shoot. She does like, yeah, she works with these. It was a free, like, kind of like, you know how when you work at Sephora, you get like grata. It's kind of similar to that in a way. Anyways, so she just got, you know, when they let her get something, she picked something that just was in my size that I, you know, so I thought that was really nice. I mean, just what, even if these weren't like freaking $200 Uggs, you know what I mean? So I don't know. Assuming that she's rich because of that was crazy, but he also knew other things that would make him assume that. So he's playing on this. He goes to Google and he grabs a fucking computer from Google and I cannot believe this is such a rookie move, dude. This guy is like, oh my God. He takes a picture from freaking Google and sends it to her of a shot up computer with like bullets all through it, saying that was, he goes, oh my God, look what happened to that's my life. That's my heart. Oh my God, all my work, the work I've been working on my whole life. Oh no, my life's ruined. Yeah, that's how he was saying it. My life's ruined. Oh no. God. Pathetic. I think we need to get past the point whether or not fucking Jenny should have sent him money. So she was already, and that's why people, I know, I get it too, because I understand, like, well, why was she recording calls? I'm under the impression, and I think this, it's just, the recording started when she started noticing things were not adding up, okay? Also, she knew because she was like, she really liked him. You know, they were telling each other they loved each other. So she didn't want to believe this stuff. She wanted to make all kinds of excuses for him because, I mean, it was a mind fuck to her because here this guy is that everybody tells her and everybody in our community is like, oh, Josh is such a great guy, you know? And he would play on that too. He would sit there and freaking use that as a weapon about how nobody will believe her. Yeah. Josh, you did say that. You said nobody would believe her anyways. Just like a freaking, I mean, that just, sorry, I'm getting like, it kind of pisses me off when I think about this stuff. I'm mad, like, on both sides. But Josh is the real person that really screwed up here. And I'm not saying that he needs to be canceled, because I don't think so. I don't know what's going on. I tried to talk this, me and freaking Jenny brainstormed this for freaking hours. I all I could think of is that he, did he have an addiction problem or something? Why was he needing thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, like back to back to back to back? And why was he like lying for it? And you know what I mean? Like doing these things. But I was like, but I would tell her, I don't think he looks like he's on any substances. I don't see any type of like behavior. You know what I mean? So kind of like that, to me, that's worse. Like, you can't even blame a freaking substance abuse problem. You're just a shitty human being. I don't think he's like, I think he realizes and he is embarrassed by it. And I think he is sorry and feels bad. And this is a huge, a huge humbling experience for Josh. And it's probably something that just needed to happen. And, I think he is talented. And I think he does have a great voice. But it's also important that many of the women, there's a lot of vulnerable people in this community that come here for all different reasons. And it's important that, people just know, maybe we save like one person or, from being scammed or whatever by this. If so, it's worth it, right? But yeah, he made her believe that shot up computer was his freaking computer, and that he had contacted a company, and it was going to be, I forget how much he said. It was a crazy number, guys. You guys wait till you hear. I mean, I could not. The shit he was saying sounded such bullshit. Like I wanted to, at times be like, Jenny, are you fucking serious? You fell for this? I look at her as like so highly intelligent. You know what I mean? But I think like he just played on things that he knew that would really make her like develop these strong feelings. I mean, not make her. I mean, she's responsible too for her own feelings and her actions. Okay. But she just, for that picture, for the soon after, I don't know if it was like I don't know how soon after it was, but they were in talks about this hard drive, extracting the hard drive and how long that, or how much that would be. And, and she was asking him and stuff. And he said, I think he said $3,000. And then he later on says, oh, well, actually, it's more than 3,000. I didn't want to shock you with the number. So he was trying to get more than that. And I don't feel like Josh should be mad at me about doing this either. But I am interested in like what Josh has and stuff. I am. I'm kind of noticed like I said, I noticed something weird around April and May with Jenny, and then Josh started making these, like, people kept coming to me and saying, Josh is going after me. I'm like, no way. I wouldn't have believed it for anything. I was like, no way. Because I looked at him, I just thought he was like just the perfect angel, I guess. But then I started to notice that it kind of did seem like he was, kind of going after me a little bit without saying my name. And I also noticed that Jenny like freaked out on me over something one time in chat, that it was just kind of out of character for her to do it like that. And I was like, what the hell is going on? Then I get a text from Josh. Hadn't talked to him for freaking weeks because, which was weird too, because he would be in our chats here like almost every day, come on panel all the time. He was my first guest on this channel, my first ever guest. Randomly, we weren't, I wouldn't say we were friends. So that whole thing about, I don't know where Jenny got that whole thing about Ziggy was thinking that I was trying to hurt her friendship with Josh. Like, I don't know where she got that from, but I'm pretty sure I think I know. And which is not cool. That person freaking told her that but that's not exactly how I said it. I wanted to know, like, what I was like, is she telling him something? Why is he acting all strange all of a sudden? You know what I mean? And vice versa. What is he telling her? So, because we were more acquainted. I wouldn't call us friends. He texts like every few days, like during my live, like he might like comment on something that's going on during my live, just through text, like, nothing, like we weren't really friends. But yeah, but see, that's the point, is people keep saying that though. And you guys, that's it making excuses. I'm not saying don't support him anymore, but he has to be, I mean, that's not okay. Like he cannot, it's not okay. I'm sorry. He freaking made up a whole fucking story. They're having they're talking on the phone several hours a day, every day. And he's just randomly bringing up financial shit that's going on and makes up a whole fucking story out of nowhere. That's when she offered him money, because he was like basically in tears. He lied. The whole story was a fucking lie. He admitted it. What else did he lie about? Oh, he said that Otis had to have surgery on his balls because one ball was bigger than another, or something like that. Something weird. I was like, oh my God, dude. I guess the surgery did happen, but what did he say? I guess it was like 300, and he told Jenny 3,000 or something like crazy. He got a few extra, a little bit more off of her. The computer shot up story. Then you know what he said to cover up that story when she found out that was fake? Because she confronted him with that. And I've seen the text. I've seen the text of her confronting him. I've heard the call with him confronting. I don't know if I didn't hear the calls that were put on here. So I don't know which ones, what. I've only listened to, I think, to one of the calls. It was enough because I've seen so much text and emails and stuff. But I saw, where she confronted him, and it's like, she had found this computer on a Google reverse image search and found out that he was just busted. I mean, there was no way around it. He was busted. He made up a okay, let me tell you, this is where the drug story comes in. Well, I think it's a lie. He lies again. I don't believe the drug story either. Not weed. There's no way. Nobody pays freaking $9,000 for 2 pounds of weed. Another lie. Josh, what is really going on? Seriously. I'm sorry, it's not okay. People look up to you. Now that you're associated kind of with Chris McDonough, you have an effect on his brand. You have to, you have to, when you team, you're at a position that you have a responsibility to uphold. You're trying to, you want to people to look at you as like the good guy, or always on this side of the good guys, and you support law enforcement, and you're Chris McDonough's right hand man and stuff. I mean, people, you kind of get related to that, and it makes Chris look bad when you do shit like that. I'm just saying. I know people don't think about the stuff that you do and how it affects other people. That's the only thing I was worried about, because I was like, I don't want to screw up this dude. I don't want this dude's career or anything to be damaged. And I don't want him to have anything happen between him and Chris or anything. I just want Josh to learn from this, and I know he can. I know he's a good guy. I've told Ginny this. I think that overall he can be a good person, I think. And I do. And she was convinced that he completely lied about his feelings about her and completely scammed her the whole time. She's still convinced that, but I told her I didn't believe that. I think that it sounded like to me that he actually did like her, but I felt he took advantage of her once he started to figure out, like, oh, I might be able to get some money out of her. You know what I mean? I think at one point, like, he admitted that didn't he admit to, like, using the money to buy tickets for his other fucking girlfriend to come visit him or something crazy? It could be. It's some kind of addiction. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's gambling. I don't know what kind of addiction, but that's what it felt like to me. And I'm like, I never looked at Josh like, he doesn't look like he's on any type of substances. You can usually kind of tell by somebody's eyes and their actions, and I don't see any type of like those type of symptoms. But sometimes, like, people with darker eyes, it's easier for them to conceal. But this just happened. This hasn't even really been out, though. I mean, there's no way. Chris does not have everything yet. I mean, there's no way. Chris probably has like a very, very small, minute part of it. He doesn't have time to freaking look into all this. But once over time, it takes a while to understand what really happened. So I'm gonna, right, exactly, CT. This is what I told Ginny the first time I heard her. Then this is before it was funny, because when I saw Benny's reaction to it, it was exactly mine to her. I'm like, dude, that doesn't even make sense. He put on this like all crybaby stuff about, they're gonna come after me. These drug dealers are gonna come after me. Claiming he got fronted 2 pounds of weed and owes the guy like $9,000 or something absolutely ridiculous. And he's like, oh, I just was embarrassed. I was embarrassed. And who's my best friend? Who's my best friend? Just the receipts? Why do you keep saying that? See, that's what makes me think it was you. That's what makes me believe it's you even more. JTR, you're the only like really vindictive one of the bunch. You're sitting here right here saying something about Ziggy's best friend. Where's that coming from? Is that kind of some kind of a jab that I don't get? Are you trying to tell me that are you trying to say she was talking shit about me to you? Or what are you trying to say? Because it's funny that you're in here, because my whole belief about you is that you completely used her as a way to try to get info on me and try to get back at me. For what? You act like I fucking doxed you. No, your whole life, it's your YouTube channels. How did I dox you? God, you gave Jenny that crybaby story too. Tried to tell her, oh, Ziggy really made life difficult for me. She doxed me. Yeah, you tried to get Jenny to make you feel bad, and make her like you were really trying to like put on some bullshit. Because, unlike you and many creators in this community, I'm okay with people being cool with people I'm not. But this whole situation is just like a little messed up, considering how you flip out the second you hear Jenny on Circle Jerk. Why is that? Then the calls were magically released. What the hell does Ziggy's best friend mean for anything? Are you taking a jab at her? Like, are you saying? I don't understand. Can you elaborate? Because this is the second time I've seen you say that. Yep, exactly, Pearl DeVere. Exactly. You're right on. We didn't exploit this situation for buzz and ad revenue. You lost your shit when you heard her voice, and you've been spinning ever since. We don't have a horse in this race. Yep. 100%. You were pissed when you heard Jenny on Circle Jerk and you released the calls because you thought you lost your whole exclusive and your way to fuck with Ziggy. You're a horrible person. And, I just don't want anything to do with you. And you just keep like going at me out of nowhere. And so, I'm going to be irritated by the whole situation because I know what you're fucking doing. But Jenny gives everybody a chance. She always has to find out the hard way. So same with me. So I can't really blame her there. She likes to figure out stuff on her own. So she'll see over time. It's funny how those calls remained private for freaking months. And then you get pissed off because Jenny goes on Circle Jerks and tells you that she's not going to do the channel or do the show with you anymore. And so you were pissed. And you released them before anybody else could, right? Is that your thinking? I'm going to release them before Circle Jerks or Ziggy gets a chance. Well, I don't even know if I would have done it on my channel. I don't think so. I think she should have, once again, just done it on her own. I mean, you're a biased person. I mean, all you have to do is go look at your freaking past videos and see you've talked about like the same people over and over again. It's just who you don't like. You're just not a fair channel at all. Wait, you seriously think JTR helped Jenny expose Joss as a conspiracy? What? You are the one that whined about Jenny going to... No, I did not. I never said that, Black Belt BB, whoever the fuck you are. never seen you in my life, and you act like you know so much about this situation and know so much about what I said, and I've never fucking seen you. Can you tell me how that works, or is this somebody else's like words? Did you not just hear me? I don't think any, sorry, it could have, Jenny, I'm not going to name out the other, there's a few people that, yeah, I'm going to be pretty pissed if you fucking go on 6-ups or JTRs. Okay? I'm not talking about being in their chat, because Jenny's done that millions of times, and so has many others. I'm talking about, like, it was total jab at me. I don't care if you believe it or not. She was trying to get info about me. Duh. God, are these people dense or what? Good thing, when are these people going to learn that you're not going to get fucking info on me because I put everything out myself? I can't keep quiet. I put everything way too much out there. What do you think you're going to find out about me that, like my best of friends do not know? There is nothing that I seriously cannot think of something that Jenny could, or even like Lady CG or even Hakuna. I can't think of anything they could say about me that they know about me that would just freaking embarrass the fuck out of me. I'm trying. There might be something, but it takes a lot for me to get embarrassed. So, but no, once again, Jenny should have done it on her own channel. But, here was JTR constantly fucking, trying to convince her to do it on her channel. But he was telling her that he loved her. It is what it is. I don't know. You asked, why would you ask me that? I don't know how they could fall in love with each other without ever meeting in person. They both were telling each other they loved each other. I guess ask Jenny in the lab how that happened. And that's probably part of the reason why she's embarrassed. Wouldn't you be embarrassed? Like, if you gave money to somebody you've never even met and you know what I mean? Yeah. She's embarrassed. What's she saying? What did Jenny say? Oh, that you didn't. What do you mean you didn't talk about me? You told her how you feel about me. So what do you mean you didn't talk about me? You did talk about me. You told her. Unless you were not being honest with me. You told me that you talked to JTR about how that you were friends with me and that you were not gonna, and that she knows better to start, questioning you about me. It doesn't matter if you didn't talk about me or about any info about me or anything, because I don't think that you would do that anyways. And even there's really nothing for you to say. You know what I mean? I'm not mad at Jenny. I'm just irritated about the JTR thing. That's it. That's my only thing, and that's okay. I'm more like, I still believe that it's all Josh should be the one that people, why would he have to lie? Why is everybody passing, like, totally, like, skipping over that part? Like, everybody keeps, like, trying to, mention how he paid the money back. They mention the good part, but they don't mention all the rest. No, tell the whole story, how it really happened. Oh, thank you, Star. Strawberry kisses. Well, I'm a cliche. That's how I always am. She didn't stand up for you when JTR was saying she was going to strike you, and whatever else she said. I can't even. I even said in the comments, "Why didn't you stand up?" Well, I mean, I can't. Some people just don't like to get in the middle of that type of stuff. No, it is. You guys don't. I don't understand the people like. I think like if you're going to be mad at Jenny, you should probably be very mad at Josh. Uh, I'm not sorry. I don't want to like tell anybody how to feel. I'm just trying to tell you like what I know, what I know. And there's a lot of like context missing in this whole thing. And I don't know. Maybe as of now, like I don't have anything really to be mad at Jenny about. Just the JTR thing, whatever. Yeah, it's irritating, but like it's not the end of the world. It's not like unforgivable. Let's see what that girl said. See, that's the problem as people. The reason why, okay, I'll tell you the reason why it needs to be on YouTube. Because look at how many, I mean, what you guys don't know is the women that have come out of the woodwork saying that the same thing happened to them. I don't have any permission to share any of that, but maybe that will come to light. I'm sure there's going to be more people that come out, guys. I am like pretty sure. I've seen emails of people claiming they thought they were in a relationship with Josh until all this. I've seen pictures. Well, no, I shouldn't say pictures, plural. I've seen a picture, but was told of many that Josh was sending of girls, like sending him like nudes and stuff, trying to act like oh, look at these girls are like so obsessed with me. It's crazy. Look at this. Yep. He was trying to make Jenny jealous. And he was also, I don't know. But the reason why I feel like it needs to be out there too is because he's a creator, just for awareness. Like people, I believe there's others out there, and more are going to come out. You guys will see. I bet I would bet money on it. Does anyone want to take that bet? I don't know how long to give it though. But I do believe he was carrying on relationships with several people and using them, many of them. Here, I'll play a little bit of this. I'm trying to think what else to say, but nothing's coming up so in my mind. So maybe I'll go ahead and play a little bit of this and come up with some ideas here. Let's go to, hopefully, I don't think Tiffany would care I play this, but I don't have any strikes. So if she gets mad at me someday and strikes me out. Wait, what about what, Gina? Who did she call? Yeah, that's I don't those texts about his mom. I I don't how to it looked really cropped. The what he sent to Tiffany, wasn't that one really cropped and like you couldn't see anything else, like just the words? But for those who's saying like, oh, this is just like a scorn lover type thing. Um sh- she says no. I mean I think that there is, I mean obviously she's upset. But people don't understand exactly, they're making it out like, oh, she's just crazy and just, you know what I mean? And it's like it's not you guys don't know everything. And if you did, I know many of you guys would change your mind, I promise. But I do get the viewpoint of many of you who are confused because at first I just didn't quite understand either, and I just thought maybe she was just like really hurt, because some people can get very vindictive when they're, hurt or whatever. But then she started showing me this stuff and I'm like, "Oh my god, like now I understand. Like he totally manipulated her completely." I mean, she's admitting her fault in it, saying like, "Yeah, I shouldn't have gave the dude money." Like she knows that. She's not saying like, that's why she says she's embarrassed. Like I don't think she would talk like that. I really, really, really don't, but I really didn't think it would, but, I don't know. I don't think so. I really don't believe that was her, but I don't know. What makes me most mad about about it is, um, let's see, what makes me most mad about it? About Josh, like, trying to think well, I mean, I think, the fact that he fucking takes, like, Google Images off of fucking Google, makes up these crazy stories of that are not completely false. And it's not just me saying they're false. He says it himself that he admitted that he lied. The phone call I heard, he admitted everything. He lied about so much, it was insane. And she kept freaking drawing it out of him too. And he kept admitting, like, he kept making up lies after lie after lie. And he admitted that the whole thing about the mortgage was freaking false. He admitted the computer was taken off of fucking Google with bullet holes through it. Then there's something about a Supreme backpack too. Oh, didn't he? I think. Ah, I don't know. I don't want to speak on it for sure. I don't want to say something that's not for sure. Um, there's a lot I'm trying to remember. But that pisses me off the most. I think is like totally making up this shit and totally, he paid it back, but it seemed like to me, I felt like he only paid it back because he was afraid she was gonna like tell. That's how it came off to me. Okay. Um, I think they're both like upset, and I think both of them. Josh was not the only one, or Jenny was not the only one calling him like constantly. He was too. Right. And if you, that's fine. If you're, I mean, if it doesn't, if it's just about the content, that's fine. Like, it's just important for people, like women, to know, hey, what's going on? Like, because there's people coming out of the woodwork now, like thinking that they were fucking Josh's girlfriend this whole time. They're like, wait, I thought I was his girlfriend. You know what I mean? So in, I'm guessing giving him money too. I don't know that for sure, but and no, I don't. And the I haven't talked to Josh about on his side. I've heard him on Tiffany's and stuff, but he would never come on here. You guys, he won't even. He's lying. The whole and that's another thing that pisses me off. His whole story about, oh, now it's a court case or now it's a legal matter is such fucking bullshit, dude. It's such bullshit. He made up. Oh my god, guys, I cannot even tell you the amount of stories this guy made up. Like, he made up his whole freaking life, like about the stuff that he said. He tried to act like he had this freaking audition for this show, and oh my god, he just like told the craziest stories. Then later admits that it was all a lie because he was trying to impress her. But I saw enough to know that I was gonna, I saw enough evidence, screenshots to know, and from what I heard, to know that he did some pretty gross things. I mean, one of somebody out here in this community, I have a picture of, where that, because he's spreading around people's nudes, and so yeah. I mean, women should know this anyways, not to send, these creators any type of pictures like that, because we've learned that what some of these guys do. And yes, Josh is one of them. I mean, come on. Why was he such a good friend with Doug? Now it makes good sense. You know what I mean? It makes me wonder about some of the things Doug was saying, like about the prostitute thing, if that was true. I don't know. We all have our skeletons, okay? Like, I'm not saying that Josh is a freaking devil or anything. I'm not, because I don't believe that. I think that I don't know. I just think something's going on in his life or something. I think that he's actually a really good person and just going through something that I don't know. I don't want to speculate on that because that can get really sensitive. But I think at the base of who Josh is, I think he's a really good person. And no, I don't think he should be canceled. But he did do some shitty things. And that's why he won't talk on it, guys. That's what the whole thing about this being a legal matter, that's such bullshit. And you know what he used for the legal matter? Oh, California is a two-party state. How does a two-party civil lawsuit, I mean, how does any of this information affect that type of lawsuit? You know what I mean? It's just an excuse. He doesn't want to talk about it because he's a bad liar, and he knows. I mean, listen to him on the calls. He knows everybody's going to catch him in lies, and he's going to have to admit to it because it's right there in tapes. It's right there in black and white. He knows. He's going to have to admit to these pictures he's sending other people. He's going to have to admit that that he lied about, having certain interviews with certain TV shows, and he lied. Oh, another thing he lied about. Oh my god, guys, he lied about freaking YouTube collaborations. Um he told her that he was writing a show for, it was this big creator. I can't remember the creator's name at this time. But guess what? Okay. Josh also sent her that video of supposedly what he wrote for him. It was Jenny found that. Okay, same exact story. He completely plagiarized this guy's whole fucking video, guys. I'm serious. The whole video was completely copied. Like, I'm not even talking about, it was just like exactly the same word for word. I wish I could remember the channel that he was trying to say that he was writing for. Well, that guy was reached out to, and there's proof of that too. And he said that he doesn't even know who Josh is. God, man. People don't understand the freaking extent of this. And it's like, I don't want to have to like put all this bad shit about him, because we all have our fucking shit, But I also don't think it's fair that Jenny is getting the brunt of it, and unfair things like thrown at her because people just don't know. Because you're just going by what you've heard and what you've seen. So, if you don't know this shit, then you can't use it as a variable in your opinion. Some people are, will, no matter what, defend Josh just because they really don't like Jenny, or some people will defend Jenny like hardcore just because they have, they don't like Josh for whatever reason. Me personally, I like to freaking defend the truth, and that's what I'm saying. What I feel on both sides. Like, yeah, I do think Jenny wanted it out there. Like, I do think a part of her wanted it out there. I think that she was confused. I don't think she's lying about saying that she doesn't want it out there. I think she's confused. Like, one second she does, next second she doesn't. She's very indecisive. Exactly like how I am. Like, I'm so indecisive. She's like probably worse. Probably worse at being as indecisive. But she does, like, I've heard her many times apologize. I've heard her many times like talk to me about the things that she's done wrong. She's talked to me many times about her faults in the relationship with Josh. She doesn't think that she's like, she does know that from what she's told me, she would feel bad at times too. Like, at times she felt bad. She'd be listening to the calls and she would feel bad. Like, at some of the things that she said, she didn't think, reflection is key. It's probably a very good learning experience for both of them. But see, I'm trying not to, I don't want to be like, check my. Hold on. Okay. Why? What happened? Will to a fault? Out of line for just asking questions. What questions? What are you talking about? Loyal to a fault? But this is, you guys, she's mad at me for for talking on this, okay? So, but thing is, like, people are going to talk about it no matter what. And I just, after thinking about it, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to tell, like, what I know to be the truth, and people could take it or leave it, okay? I'm not going to talk about this for freaking days. And I'll respect, Jenny's wishes about not speaking on this from this point on or whatever. She didn't want me to even do this, but I just feel like I have to, I don't know. I don't think it's just like the truth of what I know to be. Have respectful opinions and chat respectfully, please, and thanks. Yeah. Yeah, please, like, be respective or be respectful. Sorry, I'm like trying to read and freaking talk at the same time. Try to be respectful, guys, in your opinions for sure, because I know, and I know people are gonna get mad at me for this too, and I hate it, but like, that's why I'm just, Jenny's wanting to come up. I don't know if she's still wanting to, but I'm afraid I don't want to. She probably is freaking angry and has. I some of it might be that, but that's why I'm saying that she's like so back, like she didn't know what to do. It's not like this came out like right away. It's been a few months since this all like, came to a head. So, she's definitely gone back and forth with it a lot, guys. So she's just confused. Well, Jackie, in this instance, I'm not saying anything, though, that would be negative towards her. I mean, it kind of, I can't sit there and watch people like say something like I heard a lot and seen a lot since that live Tiffany's, and just people's comments making it out like, oh, she's just some kind of scorned lover or whatever, and she, but oh, it shouldn't be on YouTube and all that. But why shouldn't it be on YouTube? We have a creator that has like scammed somebody. He lied about why he needed money. He completely fucking played her. Why shouldn't it be on YouTube? He's a creator and influencer. He's now Chris McDonough. Why can't we talk about it on here? It's way bigger than just a fucking relationship issue, okay? He lied completely. He's got he's sending out other people's pictures and stuff. No, guys. They haven't been dating for months. Yes, I'm always honest about why I need money. I never lie. No, I don't. No, no. It's not okay. Are you're serious right now? I can't believe the excuses people are coming up with just because they like somebody. Are you freaking serious? I'm not going to sit there and prey on like somebody in my chat. This is like a bombshell move. Bombshell freaking reloaded or whatever. That's the same shit she does. Like she freaking, gets close with people behind the scenes and makes them feel sorry for her. And, sometimes they offer her money. Sometimes she asks. Josh completely made up this whole story. Like everything he was saying was completely false. He was crying about something that was not even happening. He was boo-hooing and crying about something that was completely not happening. But Jenny was like, felt bad for him because she thought it was true and she felt bad and she didn't want him to lose his house and didn't want his grandmother to lose his, or whoever's house it was or whatever. So yeah, she did offer him freaking money, but he boo-hooed and cried about something that was not even happening. Why did he do that? So that's okay. I've seen people go after people all the time here on YouTube because somebody's asking for money and that people find out they took in money under false pretenses. What about the freaking, well, for example, just using me as an example, the raffle I did. There's some people who are going around saying that I took in money under false pretenses on a raffle of my own product that I'm selling, that I used my money from my raffle for a different purpose than I said I was going to. You're telling me people can sit here and bitch about how I use my own money, that I sell my own product, how I use that money, and I can't say anything about Josh completely fucking lying and playing on girls' emotions and sitting there like putting on this whole sob story to like try to fish money out of people and scam money out of people. I truly believe he would have never paid it back. It was paid back because he got scared. I don't know. Maybe it would have been paid back. I don't know. But still, if it was, I don't care if it was or wasn't. This is the same thing I told Jenny when he did pay it back. I was happy. It made me feel a little bit better, but I still thought, he was a shitty human being for coming, grabbing pictures off fucking Google and making up about money that he needed for a fake mortgage thing and making up money, showing a computer that he grabbed off Google that had bullet holes through it, claiming that was his fucking life, that, it's just ruined now. And what's he gonna do? Complete lie. What about like there's several of those instances of him doing that stuff. I mean, I mentioned several of them. And yeah, exactly. It's not about the money. That's the same thing Jenny said. It's not about the money at all. She didn't care about the money. It's not the money. It's playing with somebody's emotions who's in a vulnerable situation because of what she's going through at this time. I wish I could talk about it, but I'm not going to. But it makes it even shittier because it's like, Josh, did you possibly how did Jenny say it? Or how did Grab say it? Like he was targeting. Did he target her, or did it just happen that he noticed that she seemed like somebody that would possibly give him money? I bet somebody else is going to come forward. she knows it. That's why she's saying, like, that's why she says she's embarrassed. Like, duh, that's why nobody would want that out. Because when you just know, like, that, the little bit about it, yeah, it's like, dude, yeah, she knows it was stupid for her to give that money to him. I mean, and, thinking back, but it's not even the money, is the issue. That's not even the issue. Like, once again, it's not even the money. People keep mentioning how the money was paid back. It's like, it has nothing to do with money. It's exactly what Rennie is saying. But people keep, like, trying to go to the one good point that he paid back the money as some type of freaking prize. Like, he should get an award because he paid back the money. And that means he's completely, like, everything's fine. Everybody knows that's not fucking okay. You don't sit there. It's like me coming on here and crying about, like, me, like, my whole vehicle thing that I've talked to you guys about. It's like that whole thing, that whole story about my vehicle and stuff being completely fake, so that hopefully somebody in the chat will help me or send me money or whatever. It's the exact same thing. And it's not okay. I don't care what anybody says. I don't fucking lie about that shit. If you guys think it's okay, I just don't agree with it at all. Okay? I'm not saying, like, people don't make mistakes and do stupid shit sometimes and, that they can't change. Yeah, I think, like I said, once again, I think that Josh is probably, I think, overall a good person. I don't think he's a narcissist or anything. I really do think he has empathy and he cares for others and he genuinely feels sorry about this and is embarrassed. I'm sure he knows that he fucked up. And that's why he won't come up and talk. That's really why he won't talk. It has nothing to do with a freaking... The lack of, he's 100% a fraud. He victimized her and you're blind or dense if you can't see that. And really, how many others? Exactly. And there has been others that come forward. As far as, from what I know, only what I know, I do know of one for sure that thought they were in a relationship with Josh and found out from fucking YouTube. That's why he doesn't talk about his relationship stuff on his stream, because he can't get it mixed up. Like, you know what I mean? He's playing so many girls, that's his personal business and stuff with that. But if he's scamming them and, for money and stuff, then that's not okay. That's the only thing I'm concerned about. I don't care if he's playing, dating like 20 of you guys or something, I mean, yeah, I would think it's not cool and stuff, but, like, she didn't know he was in a relationship. She didn't know that he was in a relationship. Oh, well, thank you, Birdie. But he did have a girlfriend. Josh, at first, that was always confusing because I thought he was married too, or because one time he was like, he went from, like, married to engaged to, like, I don't know. And yes, there is proof. I have seen it. I've seen it. I can say it because I have seen it. I've seen it. That's the only reason why I'm talking about it, YouTube, Dumpster Fire. I've seen proof of it. I've seen the emails. Okay? There is others, and they'll probably come forward, and I'm sure he's scared shitless. I would be too. Yeah, if this was anything to do with me, it would not like fly. I think flying to get the money is wrong, but I mean, I'm not saying like let's execute them or something. I'm not saying it's not that it can't be forgiven like ever. But and I do kind of agree in a way like what Tiffany said about it just being Josh's turn. It's kind of like that too in a way, but also he did do I mean when you do stuff like this, you guys got to understand as adults, we have to realize like when we do what we do in the dark will always come to light, okay? It's just and we can't sit there and blame somebody else for putting it out or for exposing somebody or whatever. Really, that's just enabling somebody that's honestly like the only person we can blame is ourselves for our own actions. And ultimately, the lab should just be should just be mad at himself for doing this shit. And maybe he is, but I don't know how exactly he's feeling. But because if he didn't do it, there would be nothing to put out there, nothing to even talk about right now. Nobody cares like who he's really dating. Like, can you play his turn on her channel? Where at, Lana? I don't know. That's true, Fed Up. Yeah, the racist stuff, like that's the only thing about the podcast stuff that bothered me. I don't care about the other stuff. That stuff doesn't bother me. Cuz I've was a fan of and still a fan of Howard Stern, and I kind of have like can be that type of humor doesn't bother me, but I don't think like the racist stuff is cool at all. I don't feel like I'm only blaming one side. I said I feel like I do. Okay, I said I pointed out what I felt like Jenny did wrong, and she already knows. Like she says the same thing. People think that like she just thinks that she's so right and he's so wrong. Like that's totally not even the case. It's like she is so mad at herself. Um, but I said that I felt like first of all should have gone on her own channel, but she also I said that I think that she wanted it out. I think part of her does want it out. I think she's confused. And she says she didn't want it out, and she didn't want it out at all, but I just feel like she did. But she in a way, like she did in a way, but she also didn't. You know what I mean? Have you ever been in those like predicaments with your own self where like in a way you feel like one way, but in another way you feel like another, and it's very conflicting. And yes, I do feel like in a way she wants to, yeah, I don't find her like, she's not like super vindictive or anything. I mean, you guys got to think it's been a few months. If she was vindictive, this would have came out from the beginning. I think that, yeah, I'm sure she's mad. Like, who would want to get their emotions played with for freaking months? And might, think that you have this like, yeah. She really thought that that they were like working on something, you know? He and he it seemed like that's how he felt too. I mean, if she wants to come up here, I can let her out up here. I don't know if she wants to. Because like I said, she is indecisive and sometimes she wants to and sometimes she doesn't. I can relate because I am the same way. And yes, I've said to Jenny, I'm like, come on, I've said you are way too smart to not have known that this was going to get out. I mean, she's one of the smartest people I've met on here. But I don't know. I think also then you have to take into account like I take into account other things going on in her life and stuff. Like there's a lot of freaking variables to the situation. Unfortunately, some of them are really personal that you can't even freaking talk about, but it's kind of important to the story. They did talk about meeting. They talked about it. He made her feel like they were actually together. I mean, they were telling each other. I mean, so when he admitted about and the whole mistress thing. Haven't seen that comment and stuff, but I think people are not getting the context of that either. And when they say like, oh, why would she want to be with like somebody who has a girlfriend? You guys understand? Like he made this freaking girlfriend seem like they had like the most troubled relationship, and it's kind of like it's his girlfriend, but and she doesn't live near him, and they hardly see each other, and they hardly talk, and you know what I mean? He made it seem like it was pretty much like over. It was somebody he hardly ever saw. That's how he made it seem to her. I'm not saying it was okay if but he did try to downplay whatever relationship if he had one. I don't even know now. I'm so confused about his freaking he kept lying so many times about who his girlfriend was. And I don't know if she's freaking from Australia, California, from Arizona. I don't know. Like he said so many different places. Yeah, she said it was a joke. It was just like I don't think Jenny is really the type that would be okay with being with a guy who had a girlfriend. But Josh downplayed that freaking that whole thing too. By the time she found out about that, they had already been talking for a while. So I mean, it wasn't going to be. Then when he was downplaying it, he completely lied about everything. Was a lie, dude. Her wanting to be heard understood this, then slammed at the door in her face. All these friends she trusted to. There is no evil sus plot. She messed up by doing it, but yeah. And I don't. I mean, did you? With respect, I do not like how creators were sent calls and put them in a she did it or he released a call situation. Oh, cause division between creators, not fair to multi. Yeah, but true, because like I could be. I mean, I'm blaming JTR, and it could be somebody. I guess it could be somebody else, right? So I see what you're saying, like, but it's just life. lying about his content, lying about his relationship. Yes, I wish freaking the grab can you tell me, or if you don't mind, if you don't want to put it out there, it's fine. What's the name of that creator that he freaking tried to say that he worked for and wrote content for? That was a complete lie, and we know for 100% fact. And the guy's like, he doesn't even know who Josh is. Josh is, and then he completely. I wish. Can I play those two videos? Do you care? Grab so people see like these two YouTube videos. Okay, there's this YouTube video of, and she might have put it up. I never saw it though. Her put it up, but there's this YouTube video of this guy who has like a huge amount following. I don't want to say if it was millions or hundreds of thousands. I can't remember, but he had a big following. And Josh was claiming to be a writer for his show. But there was a video, the one show that he claimed that he wrote, that he sent Jenny. Jenny ended up finding, okay, she found the video, and it was like things were not adding up. Okay, so she like talked to that creator, and yeah, he was like, I don't know who he is. Josh completely lied about that. He lied about that. He lied about some TV show he was gonna that he wrote some script for, and he completely, like, seriously, he admitted all these lies. This is stuff I know, like, that's definitely true. You put him up already? Right. And the Chris thing. And that's the thing. You guys, he's at a higher standard than many of us. I mean, when you you have to remember, like, when you do things, like, it affects other people in your life. So if you're in a work relationship with somebody, you have to remember that your decisions affect your other teammates or your other coworkers or whatever. It makes them look bad, or it makes them, you know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, I'm sure Chris is going to get some shit over this, and probably is not wanting to deal with it. How's it one-sided? He talked about it. I mean, why do you think it is, though, one-sided? I mean, he's the one that won't freaking answer anything because he claims it's a legal matter. That's such a lie and cop out. You know it, Josh. You know you're full of shit. God, you guys, this guy, I can't even freaking believe it. I can't believe even how fooled I was by him. Like, when I think about it, and I know, because I know how I just thought he was like such a nice guy, and I thought very highly of him, more highly than any I mean, I just thought he seemed like just like, actually, decent, humble, just good person overall. So imagine, like, the shock to me, like, what the stuff I've seen now, and it's just like, oh my God, how was I so fooled? Like, seriously, it's concerning to myself, because I just, some of it is, I don't know. I did I did think at one time that he was like such a good guy. So I understand people getting upset, because I would have been I stuck up for him all the time. Like, I looked at everybody. That's the thing. And he also used that against her also. The fact that he is, like, so loved in this community, most, like, people look at him as like the good guy, and just somebody who doesn't really get involved in drama and really. And so yeah, Josh used that to his benefit. And he would say things like, "No one will ever believe you." Yeah. He sounded like some of the things that he said sounded so what an abuser would say. I'm like, I was so sad when I saw some of them because I and so taken back uh after that first call I had with the grab because I just couldn't believe it. I mean, I'm not even I know it sounds dramatic, but like I did it was very disappointing. It was. It was very disappointing on some of the things. There's things I can overlook, like the whole shock jock stuff. I to me, I don't find that stuff big deal, like except the racist stuff. Is the I can look past that. I can the plagiarism, like, yeah, that's bad, and it takes these people a long time to make this work. So yeah, it's bad and stuff, but I could probably get over that. But eventually, if he was, maybe he didn't look at it as plagiarism. But there's these this one video though that he did was completely copied. Like everything that he put in his video, and it was just and everything he used, the words he was using, everything he was saying was the same as this freaking creator that had hundreds of thousands of followers. Their exact words, he said everything the fucking same. It was insane. He would change like some words, like from "oh, she was in pain" and to "she was hurt." You know what I mean? He would change like little words like that, but he was saying the exact same thing. Then claimed to be a writer for this channel. That's the oh, that's but still, she's still embarrassed. Like Jenny has a freaking great yeah, and that she has a great life. So, and she doesn't, I mean, she's just really, I don't want to speak too much for her, but she does, I can attest to the fact that she is embarrassed by the situation and she wants everybody, she wants it to go away. And I do feel in a way though, she wanted it out, but in a way she didn't, kind of just confliction. And I think she's confused. I do think she's mad, but at the same time, she's also worried about Josh and the other, at the same time. I think Josh too is kind of worried about people going after her. Like I heard, he said that he didn't want people being attacked. And I mean, who would he be talking about besides Jenny? So I thought that was nice and stuff. And I know that Jenny doesn't want people she doesn't want Josh canceled or anything. Okay. She's not like out for blood. So she's just like confused and like, how does she get this stuff out with, it's just it was a tough situation, and she knows too, like the money stuff. It's just then seeing, after every time I would see freaking Josh up on Chris McDonough's after that, I could not, I had to change the channel. I could not even fucking look at him, dude. I was like, what a fake. I just can't look at him anymore. I think he's such a fake. It just pisses me off. Like, dude, I can't stand that. But I do understand, like, okay, am I the same on YouTube and as in my real life? I try to think like, okay, I guess I'm a little bit more dramatic, or I say a little bit more crazy things online a little bit, but I'm everything else is the same. Everything I talk about in my life, my trials and tribulations and the great things that happen and things like all that's true. I mean, I think I exaggerate a little bit more on YouTube, like just a little bit over top, more over the top, you know? Let's see. Somebody just, I don't know. Oh, okay. Hold on. I think that Jenny wants to come up. I just hope that we don't, I hope she's not mad or something. Because I don't want to argue. I don't think she will. I think I've been really, I don't think I've talked bad about her, but at all, but I text it to you. I need to go get a drink, though, real quick. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Well, I don't see. Sorry about making you guys wait. I don't see the grab here. Let's see. Wonder if she is. Are you coming up the grab? I wonder if she was just waiting for me or whatever, but. Yeah, you were just at, that's what you, I mean, and you've admitted that you weren't thinking you were thinking with your heart or emotions, and I mean he played on that. I mean, I'm not trying to like be like, oh, she's just like this poor like little flower, delicate flower that, you know what I mean? Because it's not like that. I mean, as I he really, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to talk about like her personal life. That's why I was hoping she would come up here. Even Ted Bundy had people think he was awesome. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat, but just a grab, please. Because I don't want arguing and stuff on the panel. It's just, and it's, yeah. Scammers can scam the most emotionally aware people, so don't even think about. Think you weren't. He is good. Is it you?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
I'm not mad, at
No,
all.
so I was gonna ask you, like, first, like, do you think what of what I've said do you think that
I
I
didn't,
gave unfair representation of or
you
whatever?
know what,
So
I didn't listen to the whole thing. I woke up, like,
oh
when I texted you, but I just heard the tone of your voice and it scared me. You sounded really angry,
yeah,
and
I'm mad
that's why I was like, I wish this would stop. It really this is not I'm
yeah,
not
I told everybody you didn't want me to do this and stuff, and I don't know if I told everybody I texted you, but I did text Jenny, and I was like, I know you're gonna be mad, but
I
I'm
didn't get
going.
that text.
You didn't? Oh, I'll
No.
show you a screenshot to show you. I did say that.
I didn't all I have are texts, the last text I got from you said, "Hopefully, you'll have someone you'll be in touch with," because I told you I didn't wanna talk to anyone. You know what? I know why I didn't. I blocked everybody's numbers. That's why.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I've been sending. Oh my gosh, I freaking have been
I
texting you
totally
so much shit.
No, I didn't get any of it. I blocked everyone that there's only, like, couple people that have my numbers, and I just didn't wanna talk to anybody.
Right, you didn't want to
So
talk about the situation. I understand. I've been there, like
I'm
where you feel
sorry.
like just blocking everybody from YouTube and stuff, even whether you like them or not, because you just don't want to hear about the situation, right?
Well, there aren't I mean, really, there's, like, not people that have my home my telephone number, but, yeah, I blocked everyone because this has been
What?
real I just wasn't expecting this, and I know people don't believe that so I know where I made the mistake, okay? I shouldn't have sent it to people, but I really did trust them, and honestly, the people that I sent it to didn't they had it for so long, and the reason why I sent it to them was because it was too much to tell the whole story. It took, like, 6 hours
I
to
think
tell
it's
the whole
important to tell people. I think it's important to talk about the stuff like that. I mean, I don't think that's like. I know people are focusing on that and they're trying to focus on that part. Like,
well,
that's
people
not
think
even the
that
shit
I
that.
put that out, and the thing is, I didn't I gave it to people that I trusted, and they didn't put it out, and then all of a sudden, it was on some
Mhm.
I didn't even know that it was
Oh, I gave you my
on the
theory in
channel.
text today, but I didn't know you didn't get it.
No, I'm sorry. We can talk
No,
about
I'm
it later.
no,
Sorry.
I'm not the victim, guys. We're not. We don't even have to say
And the
victim or
reason why
whatever. But
I
no,
didn't
Tiny Tumbleweed. I don't know why you're disappointed. I'm giving her a platform uh, because stuff Josh did is not okay, and people are not fucking grasping what actually really happened. They don't understand. There's so much to the story,
so
and yeah, it doesn't. It's not like it doesn't take. It takes forever to explain everything. So sorry.
it's
Go ahead.
stuff, but what I did hear you say was something about his home mortgage. That wasn't part of the initial stories to get money. That came out
Well,
after I confronted him and asked him to tell me the truth when I the first story was about his grandmother's medical, and that was on May 2nd. And he told me that his grandma was coming out of the hospital and insurance wouldn't cover this this medical like antibiotic port that would
oh yeah.
use
Okay.
for medicine, and that he said, it's fine, blah blah blah. It just means that I'll have to drive her to the hospital for those injections 2 times a day for 21 days, um, and, I mean, he knew that my grandma was super important to me, and
Mhm.
I asked him if we were talking about him, I asked him if his grandma was like my grandma, where she wouldn't leave the house unless she was, like, done up to the nines, like, she looked appropriate to go out of the house, and that's how my grandma was, and I just kept thinking to myself, like, here's a woman that is already ill and needs this medication, and it's gonna be a lot of work for someone that's already not feeling well to have to get ready and leave the house 2 times a day, and it's gonna be a lot of driving, and it's gonna be a lot of effort and a lot of stress and strain on her to be able to do
Mhm.
that. So, then I offered him the money for it, And
Did
I said,
did he ever lie? Did he ever admit if that was a lie or not? I don't remember.
okay, so here's the thing. In the first call, he said that it was a lie, that she really did need that, and they were going to put her in this swing room and all this stuff, and she just wanted to come home, but that it was not as much as he said it was. And then he gave out a number, and he said that he had made it higher because his car payment was behind. Okay. Then in the
Oh,
second
yeah.
call, he said that he gave a completely different number, and he didn't mention the car payment. And then I asked him if the car payment was real, and then he said yes. But then what you don't know about is, and I think I sent it to you in the text, the third story that he told me was completely different, and I can read you those texts if you want to hear them. And I can
Yeah,
email them to you. I can text them to you if you want to hear them. I read them when I did that stupid test live, which I wish I had never done. Can I share a little bit what she
yeah, you can share it too on your screen. Are you on your phone though?
No, and I don't know how to do that. I mean, that's part of the reason I went on JTR, is because I would have done it on my
You can
channel.
send it to me. You can
I
email,
will. I'll text it to you.
and I can pull
Um,
it up if you
I
want me to pull it up.
Can I just explain this? One of the
Yeah.
reasons I went on JTR was because it had nothing to do with you guys' fight.
Well, no, she
I
says that to you, but I mean, I don't think that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that.
No, listen
I
to me.
think it does. I think she
I know you do. I know that you think that,
and I
because
think she leaked the calls. That was what my text said. Because look at when it freaking happened.
I know that I'm
She
naive.
was mad because you were on Circle Jerk,
She was
and then you text her and told her you weren't
surprised
going
that I
on
was
the
on.
panel.
No, that's not what happened. She was surprised that I was on Circle Jerk because she was surprised that I was on Circle Jerk because I had talked to her, but I also told Circle Jerk ladies that I do like JTR. I don't like the way that you two have gone at each other, and I've told her the same thing. And I told her straight up what I didn't like about what she had
Yeah,
said.
but you told me you weren't going because
And I
on
told
there
her
because
the
of
same
what she
thing.
said
No,
about me.
I didn't say that. Okay, hang on a second. She wrote me and she said that she was not comfortable. We had not figured out how we were going to do this, or if we were even going to do this, because it was so huge and it needed to be put out in a way that it was going to have to be controlled, and it wasn't going to have to be what happened, basically, which is like the story, the calls got out there and there was no control over it. People could just insinuate and speculate on all of it. It was not a controlled thing, and that's exactly what I did not want. Okay, so we had been talking about how are we going to do this, and we had not come to a solution. We had not even decided if we were going to do that. We only talked one time, like over the
She
phone.
put a post up.
She put a post up. What?
She put a post up and told everybody that she had stuff on a big creator, and it was
You didn't put a post up.
people knew from Circle Jerk.
Hang
And
on
then
a
when she saw you on Circle Jerk,
Hang on a second. She didn't put
you
a
told
post up.
me you told her you weren't going to go on there, and then all of a sudden these tapes are out.
Hang on a second. So she didn't put it. Hold on. She didn't put a post up. She talked about it in her live when she was talking about 6up. Okay. She didn't put a post up that said she had a big creator. What she
Okay,
said,
so she mentioned it.
she mentioned it. I didn't know she was going to mention it. I didn't give that
Exactly.
an
And
okay.
then
But
somebody else knew who
can I finish for a second?
the other creator knew who she was talking about, and then you ended up on their panel like soon after, and then
No.
she did that live stream about me, and
Wait a
then
minute. Can I explain this?
well, this is important for context too, because you're making excuses for it, and it's not really even the main. It's not even about that. It's about what Josh did.
I agree. It isn't about that, but I think that saying that she put those calls out is not fair, and it's not true. At least I don't believe it's true.
Well,
I
you
don't
don't
know
believe it's true for any of them, except
Well,
like
there are two people. No, I don't think it was.
And what
I
did you
know-
say to Tiffany? Also, I want to understand what that text is. I never threatened to bring this on YouTube. Did you say that to Tiffany?
No, I did not say that you threatened to bring anything on YouTube. what happened was, oh, I know what you're saying. So when you had text that other person that Josh and I were in a relationship, it was like probably the day after I figured out everything, okay? And I freaked out because I thought that you were that angry at me because you had come up with a lot of other things and we debunked those things, over the phone. I thought that you were that angry at me because you
Why
thought
would
that
I be angry at you? I don't understand.
that person told me that you thought that I was like not who I said I was, and you thought that,
Are
you know,
you serious?
yes, I told you this.
Oh my God. No, you didn't. Nobody's ever told me this. That's like,
I told you over the phone when we talked for
no,
like
this is
4
the thing. Is
hours.
like,
That's
it's
why I
really
was so
pissed
freaked
me
out.
off. This shit's coming out about these people, and I don't even know. Like it's just crazy to me.
Wait, hold on a second. I'm confused. Who's she? She is coming out with.
I'm talking about the person that accidentally told me about what was going on with you and
No,
Josh.
that's not who I'm talking about. I'm
Who are you
talking
talking
about.
about?
We should probably have this conversation offline, but I'm talking about the person that you texted, that told you to call me. Remember that? The person that you
Okay,
text.
okay, yeah.
I'm trying not unseen true crime. I'm really trying to keep it together. I'm really, really trying to keep it together. Okay. So please don't take my trying to be calm. I'm trying to keep my emotions together. All right. This has nothing to do with, I mean, I get it if you want to see me scream and cry, but I'm really trying not to do that. So
Yeah, let's just it's really not about JTR really or anything or
but I don't think she put it out. I don't
messages.
know who put it out. It doesn't it's out there and it wasn't the way that it should have been done, and I take my full responsibility. I shouldn't have sent it to the people that I sent it to. I should have just kept my mouth shut. I really should have. The reason why what I said about I'll explain it to you that this is misconstrued and twisted. I you and I will have to talk about that. This isn't necessary. It's just going to cause more drama. Okay.
Oh, I don't know what it is you're talking about. Is it something? Do I know what you're talking about?
No, what you just said, like what you just said about, I thought that you were going to put it out. Okay. So that's totally
Oh yeah, yeah.
misunderstanding. So I'll explain that to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No,
I would never do that. Even if I was mad at you, I would never do that. Okay.
and
I know people lie and stuff, so
well,
I get it.
it's not even, I don't even know that it's a lie. I think it's just a miscommunication,
Probably.
or you want to
There's a
assume
lot of
the
that.
worst. And so then you go to this other place. All right.
Yeah.
God, this is,
Black belt, I have to keep it on. I'm trying to keep it on what people need to hear. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying, you know. So if you don't like it, you can try to, make your own channel and have her come on your channel. Then
so
go
what I
ahead.
heard you say about JTR, and I know this isn't about I just want to clear this up really fast. We didn't talk shit about you. And I said that in the chat. She wasn't trying to get any information about you at all. I told her exactly what I told you. I told her, listen, I know that you don't like Ziggy, okay? And I know that you guys have some, you guys quote hate each other, but
I don't hate her. I don't know her.
Okay. But I've heard you say that
Oh,
you.
her whole channel is like a third me. I don't understand why you even contact her to begin with, but I want to just stay on Josh thing because that's what's important.
Well, can I just tell you what I told her so that you don't think that I talked shit
But
about
why would you contact her anyways? Is the main thing.
because I didn't want it to be on Summer
She's completely biased. Her whole channel is like 3 fucking people that she talks about the whole time. How would you say
I
she's
don't
not
watch
biased?
her whole channel. I haven't watched her whole channel, and that's
Her
my
whole channel, you knew she was like Six Up's like she was going after me with Six Up together. They were always in each other's chats. They were always doing streams together.
I stay off of the drama. Okay, so I didn't know, and I'm stupid, and that's my fault. Okay, I'm naive, and that is my fault.
But
I
just
wanna
the
make
receipts,
the
why would
best
you think that
thing
they have it? They don't.
because
What have they put out that you thought was good?
I liked the stuff that she put out about Doug. I liked those 4
Oh,
um, those 4 episodes. I thought she made a lot of sense. I
oh.
thought it was really good, okay? And I had watched her stream about romance scams. She did a whole stream about romance scams. It wasn't about any particular
Oh,
creator,
that's right. Yeah,
okay?
that's
And so
right.
that was part of the reason I
You
went
did
to
tell me that. I
and then
forgot.
thirdly, another reason I went to her channel was because I didn't want it to be part of the Summer Wells story. And I know that
I
mo
don't know
and
why you didn't do it on your own, but
because I told you, Ziggy, I can't handle the technology, and it's so personal that I would just go in a million directions. I
that's
needed
all you did on JTR was talk the whole time. She didn't even
I
ask questions.
I
Are you
needed someone to
serious?
I needed someone to navigate it. Yeah, she didn't.
She didn't
She
navigate it. She just talked the whole
I
time.
know, and that was that I get it, okay? I get it. I made mistakes.
No,
I
it's fine. It's fine. That's the only thing I disagree with about, but it's more important to like.
and
I
at
feel like
that
the
point,
Josh stuff,
I know
but I do agree with.
can I just finish what I'm trying to say? The reason I didn't put it on mine was
Mhm.
because by the time I had finished that test stream live, I woke up, I slept for like an hour. I hadn't slept at all. I woke up for an hour and I'm hearing people say, and I sent you this in text, that I put out the calls and there's like, it's just kind of snowballed after that. And at, by the time, by the time, I didn't know what to do at that point. I was like, I can't go on my stream. I'm like a complete disaster. I was a complete exhausted mess. Was physically ill because I was so just I was really upset and I
Mhm.
didn't know how to handle any of it. And
Right.
my way of my I wanted to run the other direction. I just wanted to hide. And I received email from Just the Receipt saying, I think you're gonna need to go and talk about this somewhere that's safe because, blah, blah, blah. And I knew that I couldn't do it on my own because I was already a complete disaster. I would have done it on my channel. I don't know how to I don't know how to do any of that stuff. Like that's why I'm afraid to share my screen because I know how I can screw things up. And people want to make fun of me. Saw somebody make some comment about, yeah, you're not good at technology, but you can make these videos. I don't know how I could make those videos. That was total trial and error. And me being, I'm a really creative person, and it was exciting for me to learn how to use that program. I'd always deleted it off of my computer. So yeah, I am really bad with technology, but I am really creative and I'm good at creating things. So anyway, I knew that I couldn't run the technology part. I could barely do the StreamYards thing. Like it was just a mess. It was just a mess. Okay, so
Mhm.
I'm sorry that you were hurt that I went on JTR. I really am. I wish that
It's
I
fine.
wish
I just
I never opened my mouth,
it's fine. But like really, like for the most part with everything else, like I'm completely in agreement with you on, you know what I mean? So like,
I
and
know.
it's not really a big deal. It's really not a big deal. Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's not something that's like the end of the world. You know what I
Alyssa,
mean?
I
So
knew
that's
that
why
I watched a simple YouTube video to learn, but I was really overwhelmed. I was so overwhelmed. There were so many things that were being said about me that were not true. I mean,
yeah, I know. And I know
I
you're a
was
private person.
yeah,
That's this is like so out of your comfort zone. And I know you don't want to be taught it's like I do feel like you're torn, but like only I don't think you really want it out there, but at the same
no,
time, you just want to feel better. I don't, and I think
I
you're just
wanted
hiding
here's
everything.
can I get a drink of water really fast?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah, she's the one that made the podcast with the plagiarism. The one that was really bad, I feel like, is the one where he copied the YouTube channel. It was like exactly. It wasn't even like him reading an article. It was him completely like copying this guy.
So, you know how I am. I want to be friends with everybody. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I want to please everybody. You know how I am, and with this situation, I can't please anybody. it seems like if I go there, then I'm in trouble. If I go here, then I'm in trouble. And when I say in trouble, I don't mean like you're my ruler or something, whatever Six Up wants to say or whatever.
That's yeah. So
Okay.
not
To talk about that, since I just heard you talking about that video about where he copied the guy word
Mhm.
for word. So
Yeah.
that channel is called End of Sentence in April.
Okay.
And I put it on my video and I put the both text messages in my video. So one of them, he told me in April that he was working on this writing a show for this guy. And he told me the channel and he played me part of his voice recording, the audio recording and stuff. And
Mhm.
um, he said that, what the show was about. And I had never heard of the rapper Guerrero 10K or
Yeah.
any of that stuff. So he played it for me. After everything had kind of like bleh, and after he
Mhm.
had paid me back, um, I before he had paid me back, we had this string of texts, which I can read that to you. That's the one where he told me that big, long last story, you know? Well,
Yeah.
it was very cordial, and he texted a lot that day, and I just happened to be out with a friend, so I couldn't text him back, and I told him, "You can just call me later," which he didn't do, that was fine. I didn't really need to know anything else because this last text that I got telling me a new story of what the money was for was just so outlandish and out there, and that was part of the reason that I called Chris McDonough, but so
Oh, you talked to Chris? I didn't know that.
I know, this is just so much. Yes, I did, and he hung up on me.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah,
know that.
he called Josh afterwards, and then Josh started texting me all this crazy stuff, and that's when I
Yeah.
completely blocked him, triple blocked him, all this stuff. Why drag Six Up into this? I didn't drag her into it. Josh threatened me with her
Yeah.
because
That's the thing is that people don't get. It's
yeah,
like
it's not like I brought Six Up into this. He brought her into
he
this.
weaponized Six Up because he knows. Yeah.
He know she's and no offense, Six Up, I don't know you, but your voice scares me. You're so angry, and it comes from someone somewhere really deep down, and it's terrifying to me, okay? It's like when I turned on your show and you sounded so angry. I don't deal well with that. I just don't.
Uh,
So you
well,
can play the video.
I do get heated about some of the things like that Josh did because and the things I see people say because I know what they're saying to be like so false and people keep saying, "Oh, he paid the money back." It's like it's not about that. It's the fact that
Yep.
he made up everything like and tried to played on, what you were going through in life.
Yeah. So I don't know where you want to start, but I'll tell you right now, like if you're going to play this video, I'll tell you how I found this out. Okay. I hadn't even thought about that end of sentence thing, like the
Mhm.
thing he had told me about working with that creator. But in that long text telling me like the last bit of a completely new story about why he needed the money and the whole story, he later on in those texts said something about Pinocchio and how he just kept lying and Pinocchio's nose kept growing. And I can read you those if you want. I can do it right now. I'll look it up. What happened was what he didn't know about me. And, I didn't share everything about my life because he talked a lot, but I have like this weird obsession with marionette puppets. You can make fun of me all you want. I know people are going to anyway, but
I don't know what they are.
they're like string puppets, and I've
Oh,
been
okay.
collecting
Okay.
yeah, I've been collecting
Fine.
them since I was, like, a little kid, and, um, and I had a huge collection. I donated most of them to the Bob Barker Marionette Museum or marionette thing here, but, um, he mentioned Pinocchio in that, and you know what a dork I am. I said to him I'll just pull it up, hang on. Um, I said to him, "Before you start talking about Pinocchio and comparing yourself to Pinocchio, you should probably look into the 1880s version of Pinocchio in which Pinocchio is hung at the end of the story." And, the story was it's like a tale about not being a puppet to the government or not being a puppet to your social class. And I
Mhm.
went on and on about that because, I'm a dork. And,
Mhm.
he responded like, "Oh, okay." And then after everything had, like, I had already triple blocked him and everything else, I was out on a hike with my dog, and I still followed him, like, I still had him unsubscribed, but, I was taking a huge step back from YouTube, and I hadn't really been on at all, and I was trying to find something to listen to, and YouTube notification said that he had a show called Pinocchio Knows. And so it was midway through the show, and it was a pre-recorded thing. And while I'm listening to it, I'm going, I know this. I know this writing. And so I sat down in the middle of the hike and Googled Pinocchio the New Yorker, because I was pretty sure
Is
it came
this when you guys were seeing each other still?
no, no,
Sorry.
no, 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 no.
After, okay.
After he had already paid me back, after I had already
Okay.
talked to Chris McDonough, all this stuff,
Okay.
and I was just done, and I Googled Pinocchio the New Yorker. I figured it had to have come from the New Yorker because I remember distinctly, like, reading it, and I'm pretty sure I ripped it out too. But he was reading it verbatim from this woman.
Yeah, I remember you showed me, and
Yeah.
is that the one that got it started where you started looking into all of them then?
Well, I was like, wow, he totally. So I logged into YouTube with my Wu-Tang Clan pa screen name, and I put in his chat, "This sounds really familiar," and I took a screenshot of it. "This sounds really familiar, blah, blah, blah," and then um, he he wrote back in the chat. He didn't know it was me, of course. He wrote back, "Yeah, it came from a New Yorker article." And then the recording ended. He got up on camera, and I'm sure he was going to go on, but I can tell you that for real. But usually when he does one of those pre-recorded things, it's just like he doesn't actually go on camera, you know?
Uh-huh.
I
Sorry,
didn't.
that's some
Oh, I
no,
was
they're
like,
talking about me, and it's completely not true. You're wrong, okay? God, so annoying. I
yeah,
was thinking about raising money for a bill, and I thought and it was too much at the time for me to use my own product, Destiny, sell my own shit for somebody else's bill. You do understand that, right? It's my product. And then I felt bad because at the same time I had my own stuff I had to pay. Yeah, I felt bad because I thought I could help the person, but I ended up not being able to do it because I didn't have enough time. And because I didn't pay my own bills.
people have to stop with that. I mean, how many times have you explained that,
Yeah, I know. It's like she knows it's like a lot of these people know it's not true, but I don't even know why I respond to it. Sorry, but
It's okay.
um is
But
so Pinocchio is the first one that you
well,
saw?
yeah, but I didn't really think anything of it, to be honest with you. Like, that didn't, like, prompt me into, like, deep diving into anything,
You
you
thought
know?
maybe it was just a one-time thing?
Well, I
Oh,
was
my
just
cat just
surprised.
like
Are you okay?
yeah, my cat just like did that. My
What?
cat jumped on my table. Like he always does this crap. Sorry.
Well, it wants to be near you. Um,
Yeah,
so
he's like that.
so I didn't do a deep dive. I was just like, "What the hell? How this is so lame," you know? Like, I just thought it was so lame. He got on camera. He said that he had framed up the story of Pinocchio and animated it. And I was like, "You didn't frame anything up. This is verbatim, word for word, and the pictures came straight out of the article. Like, I don't understand how that's animated." And then I told another friend of mine, I was just like, "What the hell?" I told, like, I have like three or four people that I was talking to outside of YouTube, and I sent it to her, and she was like, "Wow." And she said, "You know what? I've always felt like there was this podcast that he had done I'm pretty sure it came straight off of CNN." Well, I was like, I didn't really care. You know what I mean? Like, I
Mhm.
just didn't care. And then I'm a FOS. Everyone's wrong but her. No, I've done a lot of wrong things. I'm not, I,
No, we're just right now focusing on the things that he
sorry,
did. We've
messages
already,
keep coming up. So anyway, so then, like maybe a week later, a few days later, I don't know when it was, maybe it was before, I can't remember, but I looked at that, documentary that he had put out about the Grim Reaper of Houston, and I was just started to listen to it, and I was like, oh, this is the one that he was working on in April. And then when he told me that he was working with that creator in April, I thought it was really like, I remember asking him straight up, like, how does that work? If you're ghostwriting this story for him, he's still letting you put it out on his channel. I just couldn't understand how that made sense, but I didn't deep dive. I didn't like question him about it. He said, yeah, we had an agreement, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, when I saw that that documentary had come out, I thought about that text. I went back and looked at that text, and I couldn't remember what the creator's name was. I saw the creator's name. I went to the creator's channel, and I was just curious. Like, I wonder when he put it out, because if Josh was working on it in April, I mean, when could that guy have put it out? And I saw that the original
Right.
creator, end of sentence, had put it out 10
Years ago.
10 months prior.
Oh,
to
well, oh, it was only 10 months. I was thinking it was like a couple years ago or something. I
No,
remember it was like a long time ago.
no, I mean, 10 months in YouTube land is like 6 years,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
So it was like
So
10 months prior. At this point
he's
now,
not a good liar. He uses stories that don't even like are so easy to like check, like fact check, like that whole computer thing that was shot up that you just have to Google image revert, search it to figure it out. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
he's not a very good
Well, that was one of the things that I said to him, like, I'm not saying that he's done this 1,000 times. I don't know what he's done. I don't know if he's done this before, but he did some sloppy things, like that was really sloppy, the computer thing. And he admitted that. There is another call that is like 18 minutes long. If you want it, you can have it. He admits that he could see how I could see that it was a romance scam, and it's a very cordial call. And that
you want
was,
people to know about your history of why your extras, would be this is an
I mean,
extra
not really,
yeah,
but I can
you
tell
don't.
you. I mean, I've said it. I've talked about it a little bit. Like, I remember I called into or I did
Yeah.
stream or something that one time when you guys were talking about. I mean, there's a lot of times, I think it was in January, there are a lot of times when people um, get upset with the police. They feel like they're not doing anything because they're not informing us, whatever. And I remember I called, or I went on StreamYards. I think it was the first time I ever went on your panel, was because I had just gotten news from the detectives that were working on my dad's case saying that, you
Mhm.
know, it must have been December or January, saying that they were all on board that what happened to my dad happened to my dad. And my dad was I know people are going to say that I'm fake crying. I've already seen that, but believe me, I wouldn't fake cry because I don't like crying at all. I don't like it
Yeah,
when
this
people,
is a really there's a lot to this, and it's really been very draining to her. I mean, I know, like, I mean, I've seen proof of this, guys. It's like, so she's definitely, you have your reasons.
yeah, I
People
mean,
might not understand
well,
because they just don't know everything.
it's hard to talk about because, like, there were people that, I thought I was friends with that believed that it wasn't real, that my parents, that this thing didn't happen, and it did happen. And believe me, I wouldn't wish this on, I wish I were making it up, I wouldn't wish this on anybody. It's completely taken my entire life and turned it
Yeah,
upside down.
you let me hear voicemails from the actual detective because
Yeah,
and I did like
I'm
at
pretty sure
times
I
like
sent you the death certificate as well. I'm pretty sure I took pictures of all of my files with the court stuff in it.
it does kind of sound like a crazy story a lot, like because
It's crazy.
your life is so like you know what I mean, like the things you've said. It does, some of it does make you
Sounds
think,
fake.
is it
It
real
sounds
or is
fake.
it not? You know what I mean? I think I've like told you that before
Yeah,
that.
and I feel like I've sent you a ton of proof that it's real. You know what I
Yeah, yeah,
It's
it's like, but
like way too much proof. You
yeah,
could tell
I
it
mean,
I
I've
mean, you could
seen
tell
now,
it
I know, and it's like, because I don't know, just the crazy stuff that's happened in your life.
I've
It's
had
just,
a really weird life, and, yeah, I've had a really like, it's unbelievable to me as well. Like, yeah. Anyway, so my dad was taken out of the house, and in he had Alzheimer's. Well, he was showing signs of Alzheimer's, all the way back to 2015. He wouldn't go and get evaluated or anything. My family basically said, if you keep mentioning Alzheimer's, don't ever bother talking to us again. That was in 2015. And it was terrifying for me too. And I wanted to believe what they were saying, which was maybe it's, wait, Jen Hoffa, I am Korean. You know that. You've seen pictures of me. Um, Oh, you're saying yeah, people come up with the craziest stuff like that I'm not a Korean person. I heard someone say that the other day. I shouldn't be looking at the chat.
Yes, that's the newest one that I know, and I was like, no, there's no way that you're faking being Korean.
Oh, did
I
you
don't
see my pictures? Like,
right, and plus, like, I've seen, like, other stuff
birth
that you
cer
show me. I'm
yeah,
like, no.
birth certificate stuff,
But
yeah.
isn't that kind of what got you into I mean, I don't wanna talk but
What got
kind
me
of
into
also your
yes,
profession you were in?
what's that? I'm sorry, I
The
totally
profession that you were in, like, isn't that what get you started with your look? Because of being Korean, you had something unique about you that was different than most Koreans, wasn't there, or something like that?
yeah, I'm a 4th Greek.
I don't know what that means, but some people were saying, I don't know, they said something about the
I don't wanna talk
territory.
about that stuff because it's just like yeah, but I am Korean, okay? But I don't look like a normal Korean person, but I do look like a Korean person. Um,
Do
bigger
but you
eyes
don't.
than normal Korean people, but I have all the physical traits of a Korean person. Um, but my eyes are bigger and yeah, I
Mhm.
my skin is lighter and, well, it's not actually even lighter, it's just it has more olive to it. So it doesn't this stuff is so stupid. Anyway, so I mean, it's just dumb.
I know, I know, I know, I
I
know.
mean, this doesn't happen in real life.
It happens to me all I know. At first, it's unbelievable when it first starts happening to you, but I'm used to it. But it's gonna be like shock to the system, like, "Oh my god,
Well, I'm
people are this
sitting here going like,
invested in my life?"
"Who cares? Who cares?"
It gets weird. It's kinda weird, but,
I can
um
speak Korean to you if you want, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't what else do you need to prove? I feel like I sent you my birth certificate, Ziggy. Like,
I don't know.
I'm pretty
I
sure I
don't
sent you my
remember.
birth certificate, you know? But that doesn't matter. I'm not gonna post that on YouTube, you know?
Yeah,
The stuff that I sent you, I'm not gonna post on YouTube. I sent
right.
it to you because there was a point in which you thought that, you know, you thought what you thought, and I wanted to make sure that you knew that that wasn't true, and there are a lot of things that
Yeah, I was very weary of a few people at around January-ish time, I think. And people like Levitt was the main freaking source of it. Like he well, I'm not trying to say blame everything on him, but yeah, there's
blame
many people I was like kind of like, is Jenny Penny really my friend or is she, you know what I mean? So I've talked to her about that
yeah.
because I don't know. It's a long story.
So, and we don't even need to go into that. It's, like, stupid. Anyway, so my dad was murdered by someone uh
Mhm.
well, it was March 30th. I didn't find out till April 4th when I called for a welfare check, which I had been doing every other week since 2018. The reason why I didn't know that was because he was taken out of the house well, he wasn't taken, well, kind of. So in
He got
On June 21st, 2017, my dad was going in and out of dementia, and um, he had received a gift card from me for Father's Day and for his birthday, and he was going to go use it, and he asked my mom if she wanted to come. She said no, and he wanted to take the dog with, it was too hot and all this stuff. Anyway, he left the house, he got lost, and he called this person that had well, these people, it was a couple, he called them because he didn't know where he was, and he called them, and their phone number was programmed into his phone, and they took their opportunity to go where he was, scoop him up when he was in his state of
Oh, because they could tell that he was
yeah, they knew he was out of it. Um, and they knew that he was exhibiting those symptoms, and that was part of the whole thing, that part of the whole grift. It had been going on for a while. My dad didn't tell anybody about it, which was like shocking, because I would talk to my dad like 3 times a week over the phone for hours, but I did most of the talking. I always just wanted my dad to, I'm not even going to go into that, but anyway,
Yeah, but you guys, she's saying this is just once again, she's mentioning this just to give like context of like where she was in her life and like the things, because it's important.
So when I found out that he had died, well, in 2017, after they took him out of the house, I was petitioning for guardianship, like 3 times, emergency guardianship, all this stuff, going to the town in which he lived, which is not where I live. And at the time, I had a really, really thriving business that I had built. And
Josh knew about it, right? He knew about your business and about your connections, right?
He didn't know all about my connections. I kept a lot from him. He did know about I had contacted him to ask him about if he'd ever had anyone be demodded or asked to be demodded. I contacted him through my Instagram, and I hadn't followed him before. I followed him. Maybe I had followed him before, but I had unfollowed him when all that stuff with you and Doug came out. He says that I messaged him like in a year prior, like, and I don't remember that at all. I think I must have messaged him on his lab account, just being like, how do you get through these days after hearing one of his shows? Like, how do you get through this? How are you okay? And I do remember that, but at the time when he and I started talking, I didn't even remember that at all. It had to have been right before one of our court trials. But anyway, in 2000, I'd petitioned for my dad's guardianship in 2017. I was trying so hard. I spent tons of money on lawyers to try and get my dad back. I was willing to like drop everything that I had going on and my entire career and business in order to go home and take care of my dad, even though our relationship was we have a weird relationship, even though we would talk all the time. Like, I'm not going to go into it. Anyway, I was willing to drop everything.
Basically, financially, right?
I'm sorry, I
didn't. They take out credit in his name and stuff? This couple, didn't they take out like?
They didn't get credit in his name. What they did was they would take him to the bank and draw out like $50,000 in cash, and then they became the executor of power of attorney. So then they could write checks. They opened joint bank accounts, and so then they pulled all this money out in cash, and they, because they were the power of attorney, they were able to pull out my dad's stocks and cash those out, and they knew what they were doing. They moved stuff to different bank accounts. I mean, I traced it. They moved they made it so that you couldn't figure out where the money had gone. They had taken it all out in cash. And let me go back to this. So at the time I had petitioned for guardianship, I had done all this stuff. That was in 2017. The last lawyer I had said, basically, he did say it, not even basically. He said, I can keep taking your money, but the fact is you're not going to be able to do anything till after he dies, because there aren't safety nets for the elderly. And I would do these, open up these adult protective services cases. But the problem with that is if they don't make contact within 30 days, they close down the case and you have to reopen a new one. And then they send a caseworker out there. And when they did send a caseworker out there, the caseworker my dad would be with one of the two, the couple, and they're like standing over his shoulder. And even if my dad was not in a state of dementia, like, he's really going to say, yeah, these people are holding me, these people are taking my money, blah, 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 like,
right.
They had full control over him. He didn't have a way out of there.
Who knows what they were saying to him? Like, who knows what kind of threats they were telling him?
They were telling him all kinds of crazy things. Because this woman was telling me when I would call, I would call 200 times a day. I'm not even kidding you. And that's going to be used against me. They're going to say that I did that to Josh, but I didn't. she would like tell me all this stuff, and then after he died and after I started sticking it, trying to get her to be accountable for what she did, she would leave me these crazy voicemail messages just saying all this stuff that was not true. Like I wasn't even my dad's kid, you know what I mean? Like
Wow.
clearly I
So
am.
making things like worse than
I mean, it was just really manipulative and really fucked up, and he was manipulated by these people. And finally they wouldn't let me speak to him. I only got to see him twice, and that was when I went to the home with a police officer on a welfare check. Officer Merritt allowed me to go there with him, and she tried to drive out of the driveway like in this minivan that she had bought. I've found out since that she purchased it with cash with my dad's money and stuff, but they bought a house. I mean, it was just crazy. Anyway, I got to see him that time. He didn't know who I was. And the second time I got to see him, I like basically waited for him to come out of the house, and he went to the driveway, and I pulled up, and he didn't know who I was. And she came out and started screaming. And that was the last time I saw my dad. Anyway, so after that, I was making these welfare checks every other week. And the last time I did it was on April 4th, which was Palm Sunday, 2020. And I got a call back from the coroner who told me that he had actually passed away on March 30th and he was already buried. And at that point, I just started, I had already started collecting information about everything, but I came to YouTube because I remembered I watched that movie, Don't F with Cats. And I remembered that there were people on there that figured out, just everything. And I had been saying it since 2017 that these people are going to hurt my dad. When they're done with him taking all of his money, they're going to hurt him because they're not for him. You know what I mean? They're not.
They don't want to be responsible for. I mean,
they just wanted the money. He was just a resource for them. So what are they going to do when the resource runs out? They're going to hurt him. Something bad is going to happen. But no one would believe me. And, obviously there wasn't any proof at the time. So after he died, I hired this team of lawyers, and they basically broke into my child. They didn't break in, but I told them how they could get into my childhood home because no one was living there. And they were able to find the will that he created in 2010, it was either 2010 or 2016. I can't remember which one it was, but because I had a feeling that they had already created a will of their own, and whoever gets the will in first, that one takes precedence. But what would happen is, since I had a feeling that they had already created their will, since mine was created in, years earlier and theirs was years later, so theirs would be the most recent will. If I had gotten mine in first, which I did, then if they submitted their will, then they would have to contest my will. So if it had been the other way around, we would still be in this court case. So the burden of proof moved to them to prove that their will was valid. So
yes, she's an only child, guys. Yes.
Yeah, I'm an only child. That
Josh
happened.
knew about this and what you were going through, that you were
all about this. And to be honest with you, and he also knew that, because I had talked about it on this panel where I said, I set myself up, to be honest. I didn't know it at the time.
Right, and that's why you say, that's why you're saying, like, man, I was so stupid or whatever.
Yeah, because when you read the kind of people that are targeted, I am that kind of person. I am that person. I had isolated myself. I mean, the pandemic had been going on when I was going through all of this. And, because it was 2020, and we were already isolated from people, but when I did see people or talk to people, it was so exhausting because I was working so hard with my lawyers. I did all of the discovery for the case. My lawyers had started it, but I could get places my lawyers couldn't. And I'm so diligent and tenacious and
you are.
That I wasn't going to I mean, I was
You go until you get that goal done. That's for sure. That's what I was saying about you. And just like, and that's important that people know that's what she had has been working on the last like few years of her life, just like nonstop every day, trying
for
to get these people in jail and in trouble, you know, and convicted for these, you know, what they did to her father and taking advantage of him when he was in a state that he didn't know what was going on.
Yeah. So they've now been indicted for, well, the man died of Alzheimer's. So the
Wow.
woman has now been indicted for 4 counts of felony financial exploitation of an elderly, financial exploitation of a disabled person, which they call it disabled because he was not of his full capacity, meaning, you know, he had Alzheimer's. So there are 4 counts of that. And because the state's attorney, they wouldn't pursue any of the murder charges until she was indicted for something else because they're paying for it. They'll be exhuming my dad's grave.
Yeah, and you showed me you showed me some court paperwork
Yeah, a bunch.
of the charges and stuff. So
Yeah, well,
I mean,
that was the thing that was crazy was at the time while Josh and I were doing all this, like, I was at the lowest of my low because I hadn't heard from, I mean, I would leave messages all the time with the detectives, like, "Can you tell me what's going on?" And they didn't have anything to tell me, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, they said, you know, this is going in front of a grand jury, and it was like a week and a half, 2 weeks later, and I was like, "Why no one told me up until this point that anything was even moving whatsoever," you know? So I had put my life on hold since 2020, April 4th,
I remember
put my
because I've
life
been talking to you for I talked to you like
talking
before
like in
that and then
January.
after it.
Yeah.
So I knew you when you were, you know, you were like, it seemed like you were ready to give up.
I
So
was. I was. It felt like this is never gonna be. I just wasted all this time and I don't even know, I'm, like, not the same person anymore, you know?
yeah,
And I don't know if I can go back to being the same person, and it's just awful. And so it was sh I yeah, there's been some movement and everything, and there's no way that she's not going to be put away for held accountable, you know? There's just no way. Um, but no one would believe me about the murder stuff, and I had found all that with a friend of mine who's a doctor who was in the paperwork where she had picked up prescription for fentanyl, morphine, and I forgot the name of the other drug on the day that he had died,
wow.
and that was at 4:07 PM, and he was pronounced dead at 7:30 by the coroner. And there's this thing that my friend that's a doctor who had the time to go through every page of the last, like, month of his medical records. He's
Mhm.
like, "Well," he shows me, "Well, you know, we're doing this," and he shows me that there's, like, this federal document this document that has to it's basically like a checklist because those are super controlled substances, opioids and stuff, where they have to
Right.
account for that stuff
The
and
fentanyl, yeah.
yeah, and dispose of it in a certain way, and the checklist gives all these ways to dispose it, like, which way did you well, there was nothing to dispose of. There was just empty vials. So, um,
Wow.
so that's when my friend was like, "Listen, I think you need to focus on this part and this part," and it was in a bunch of, like, you know, doctor jargon that I don't quite know, so he really explained it all to me. I took it to my lawyers. My lawyers, it's not that they didn't care, it's that they were focused on the civil case, you know? They're not criminal attorneys, so
Mhm.
I had to get the civil cases out of the way before I could present all of the documentation to the, um the police in the town where my dad was at. And I have 2 really great detectives there, and it was like when I came on your panel that time, it was right when they had told me a couple days after they had told me that the state's attorney and their police chief and their police department, and they were all on board that this person had killed my dad. And that was, like, such a, like, shocking
Did
and
he have any money left?
no.
So
No.
they drained him completely, and then
Yeah.
they like kind of like you were worried about.
Yeah.
And it went not. I mean, and just to think that you had to, you were stuck in this situation, and I don't, you were dealing with this all the time.
He was so this is kind of how it went. I had isolated myself because when I would see a friend or something, and I have a lot of really good friends, like great friends, and my super close friends know what was going on, but it was so exhausting to even talk about because I was living it and I was in it, and it was just exhausting, and you feel so alienated. Like I would see people,
Right.
run into people, and
Nobody could understand
I
what you
couldn't
were going
tell
through.
them. I couldn't tell them, like, because I had been doing so much cool stuff and so much stuff prior to April 4th, 2020, that there was nothing that I could talk about other than this because this has just been all consuming, So I felt like my entire life had gone. Like I was not the same person. I was a disaster,
Right. So where was Josh in all this? Like, was this, you started dating him like right before?
In April.
Okay,
So
that
what
was right
happened
before
was,
this girl was indicted?
oh,
Was this
way before. She wasn't
okay?
indicted until July.
July. Okay.
After.
Okay.
I
So he
never
knew
even
you.
told
He
Josh
knew about what you were going through, and
I didn't even get to tell him that she was indicted, but he was the only person I ever felt comfortable talking to about it and talking to about these things. And there was one night that I think I talked about this on that stupid test live, but there was this night that I had to go to this wedding, and it was incredibly hard for me, and I stuck it out, and I put on, my happy face, and I left as soon as I could, even though these are two of my good friends. I got home and I was just devastated. I mean, just sobbing, just so many emotions about my life and my family and stuff. And that I'm never, it was just so upsetting. And he called me, he had been texting me throughout to see how I was doing and stuff. And because he knew that this was going to be really hard for me. And we, at that point, were talking on the phone like 4 or 5 hours a night, every night. So
right.
I
You
got
said
home.
like 4 hours and some. You averaged it out and everything.
Yeah.
So 4
So,
hours average.
and the reason why I mean, people were making fun of that I said I'm good at math because I'm Asian. He and I had a joke about that. So that's what that was about. But anyway, he called me that night and I tried to pretend that I wasn't upset, and he could tell that I was, and he called me back and he sat on the phone with me while I was sobbing, uncontrollably sobbing, and he talked me through that. And I'm not the kind of I've never cried in front of someone like that. I've never shown someone that before ever in my life, and I've never had someone talk to me like that when I'm that sad. And I appreciate that so much. I really do. Even if it was fake, I don't care. That was really nice. But he knew all of those things. He knew what all of my triggers were because I told him. I told him everything. I told him such deep personal things. I told him. And unfortunately, some of those things were used in the stories that led up to him. He didn't straight up say, "Can I have the money?" It was a dry bag. And I can text you each of those instances, Ziggy. I know people don't believe me. And the reason why I haven't done that, and because I wasn't ready for those calls to come out, and people can say, yes, she was ready. She sent him around to all these people. You're right, Ziggy. I was confused and I did not know what to do. And so, yes, I sent them to people that I trusted, and they didn't put them out because those people had them since July, end of July, early August. And they just
Yeah,
came
I
out.
don't even know which ones I don't even know which ones were released. I haven't even seen this channel that
There was
talk
two.
about 2 of them? I
don't
think
even think
I
you
only
got
listened to
to
one. You might have sent me both of them, but
No,
I
I
don't think I
didn't.
ever got to the other one.
I only sent you the second one because you and I
Oh.
had talked the whole time. I told you everything. We were on the phone for freaking 12 hours, you know?
Was it 12 hours?
Yes.
Wow, I was trying to think. Oh wow, yeah, that's right. Because we talked. Because I was seriously so shocked, um, because I just couldn't believe it. Like,
Well, and that's what okay, so I know we're not gonna go into this JTR thing, but that's what I was telling her was I thought that you were on the phone with me for that long because you were concerned that I was in such a bad, bad, bad place.
yes, yeah, yep.
And I was in a very bad place, but I will never be in that place that goes to that place, you know?
But
Um,
that's not just why though. I was also like, of course, yeah, you were in a bad place and stuff, but like, um, I was, I also was in, kind of just like shocked by everything,
well, it's
and
shocking. It's sho
um,
But so that's I wasn't ready for those calls to come out, and I wasn't even sure I was gonna put those calls out, but if I was going to put them out, or if I was going to do something, then I wanted it to be controlled, and that's why I had talked to JTR because I didn't want it to be like this drama stuff and what it has become. I wanted it to be controlled, and I knew I couldn't navigate it myself.
I know it's not about her, but she's a really big drama.
No, well, I told you I watched the romance scam one, and I
Mm,
watched all 4 of those about Doug.
yeah.
Anyway, but what I told her was this is why I mentioned her. What I told her was, "I know that you have so much issue with Ziggy, and I know Ziggy has so much issue with you. I don't know the details, nor do I wanna know the details, but what I can tell you is that Ziggy is a good person, and she listened to me. She could have easily blown that out of the water. It would have been great, amounts of views for you if you had, but
Mhm.
you continued to ask me, "Do you know what you're gonna do with this? Do you know what your plan is?" And I kept telling you, "No, I don't. I don't. I know that I'm making these plagiarism videos. That's all I know at this point. I don't know what I'm gonna do." And I told her that you stayed on the phone with me for 12 hours, and that's embarrassing to say that someone stayed on and I told her straight up that, "No, no, no, it's not embarrassing that we were on the phone for 12 hours. It's embarrassing that I felt like you were on the phone with me that long because I was such in a bad place
Well,
emotionally."
I was interested too. It wasn't like I like I was interested. What you're
Leave that
really very interesting to talk to. Like we stay on the phone for a long time. Like I can do that with you, and I'm like that with a little bit like Lady CG and Penny. Well, I call her Penny, but Fizzle. Like we'll talk for hours and hours and hours too. So
well, you're good at talking to people, you're very good at getting people to feel comfortable. And
yeah,
that's another reason why whoever said, "She doesn't even sound upset at all, she's faking right now." Ziggy does make me feel comfortable talking to her, so I feel calm right now because it's like it is talking to somebody that
yeah,
I
and.
I care about you, and I feel like you care about me,
Mhm.
and
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying like I'm not gonna be mad at. I'm not. People keep asking if I'm mad at you. I'm like, no, I'm not mad at you about just that one decision. To, you know what I mean? That's
and
kind of
it
petty.
the
So
decision was made in duress, like, I don't know what to do, and
I know that's what I said
obviously you need to do
I
something.
said to Lady CG too. I said the exact same thing. I said she was go she's going through so much. Like you don't have time to really think about like anything else like right now, but like your life because you have so much going on. Like you can, and so many variables with this, and like a lot of really crazy things in your life right now.
But I
And I
should
know there's going to be something good for you, and it's all going to be something really good. But I do know that you're really dealing with it right now. So,
I shouldn't have made a decision in duress, and I know that, okay? I'm not it's not like I'm, like, super proud of that decision. Um, I'm grateful that she tried she wanted to help me. Whether or not there's ulterior motives, I don't know. I don't believe that. I know that you do believe that. I know that there will be people that believe that, but I don't believe that.
Not from you. I don't believe it from you. Like, I don't believe you have any type of motives.
But again, I don't believe that she does. But also, don't forget, I'm the one who gave someone $7,600. So my decision making is not that great.
I'm not. Hey, that's like why I always like relate to you, because I feel like we're the same. Like, we're both so indecisive. It's funny because I don't know very many people as indecisive as I am.
Well, I just look at both sides of something, and then it
Yeah, me too.
and I'm like, well, there
You think like I do. It's funny.
it could be like that, or you know what I mean? And so, but I did trust him, and the stories, it wasn't like I just was like, here, have $7,600. There was a lot of lead up to,
and that has to do, your personality has a lot to do with it too. And like because it's how you are. I mean, you like to solve everything. Okay. You want to know the reason for everything and figure out everything. Like, I mean, like, you're the type that would Google something if you didn't know the word or something. You know, that's what I feel like anyways.
Yeah.
So when this happened with Josh, like, of course you didn't care about the money. You were just like, more like, why was it, you wanted to know why, because you want to know, like,
Well,
how can you avoid this again?
when I called him, and asked him to tell me, the truth, when the first call happened, I had texted him and I pretended that I already knew things. So if people want to believe that I knew about the girlfriend, I had no idea. And in the calls,
Oh yeah,
it sounds like I knew because I pretended then that I knew so that he would continue to tell me things, but I had no idea. There were times in the relationship that I
I can attest she's telling the truth, because you told me that. You admit it. You admit later on in one of the recordings that you even lied to him about, like, knowing about a girlfriend. So, like,
so when I thought he was just going to tell me about the computer. So when he started the conversation with talking about the girlfriend, I was like totally taken aback. And I do sound angry and mean. I was really upset, but I also wanted to pretend that I had knowledge of things that he was telling me already. And so I put that on. I put on that tough exterior. I knew he could keep lying to me if I was like weak sounding. And so, I mean, people are going to believe what they want to believe, but I really didn't know he had a girlfriend. I would never have continued to talk to him the amount of time. I wouldn't have given him a penny, like, if I had known from the beginning that. And I asked him multiple times, and he said, he told me that the last he had a girlfriend from, far away. He didn't tell me from where. He told
no,
me
you
that.
did not know he had a girlfriend.
No, I didn't.
Because
But
I have freaking call proof.
that,
Everybody knows all my. I haven't even gone back and looked, but if Jenny ever wanted me to, I would. I'm sure I have like our phone calls recorded, and I can show you where she was freaking out about the girlfriend thing. She did not know he had a girlfriend.
I didn't. He had told me that in December, January, he had a girlfriend that flew over and spent 10 days with him, and they broke up.
Right.
Like it.
Then once you did find out, he tried to downplay the relationship a lot, didn't he? Didn't he say, "Oh,
he did it in the phone calls." Right. In the phone calls, he would say, no, the last time what he was trying to tell me the truth about was that they had seen each other in March, but they weren't together still. And then I pretended I already knew that was a lie. And I would go, you're lying. And I didn't know if he was lying or not. But when I would say that, then he would backwalk it and tell me more of the truth.
I can't believe it. Like, you were so good at that. I mean,
well, I screwed up a bunch of it too, because I would say you're lying about things that he wasn't lying about.
You were so confident in the way you talked that I couldn't believe it worked. I mean, I think you just saw that it worked with him, that it had worked once before, and then you just kind of kept with that same, it was working, so why not continue, like, kind of acting like you already know these things.
I thought
Wait
he
a
was going to
second.
tell me about the computer. He didn't end up admitting that the computer was a lie until the second phone call. And it was so frustrating to me that I was glad that he finally had come out and said that it was a lie, but it was so frustrating because, I mean, this had gone on for so long. Like the whole computer thing, it was awful. He would not admit that it was a lie. The thing about the backpack, if you want me to go into that, I can.
Oh yeah, I kind of forgot about that story.
So
I don't remember.
early on in the Instagram messaging days, he had, and you already said the name of the brand.
I remember the Supreme, yeah.
In my test, I didn't say who it was, but
Oh shit, sorry.
it's okay. It doesn't matter.
More careful about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's fine, whatever. In our Instagram messaging stuff, I can text it to you. I'll send it to you right now if you want. It'll take me a minute to pull it up, but he asked me like what I was up to or something like that, and I said that I was working on a project for this brand, and it wasn't like I was bragging about it or anything. I just said this brand Supreme. I did not think he would know who they were at all because I mean, honestly, he lives in Eureka, California, which is a very small place. And I'm not doxing him by saying that. He's said that multiple times himself. Where anyway, I didn't think that he would know who that was. And he was like, yeah, I know who that, I've got a couple things from them. They're, that must pay well. And I should have seen that as a red flag, but I didn't. And I didn't comment. I didn't say like, yeah, they do. I didn't say anything.
He said that must pay well. He said that.
I'll text it to you if you want.
He always is like paying attention to the money. Like, oh, are you afraid that Ziggy's gonna ask you for more money now?
And that was the thing. I told him those were free, and I knew you were going through a really hard time. And I remembered that when you put up your wish list or something, or no, it was around Christmas time. You were putting up pictures of those weird. They look like Elmo.
Yeah, like I think they're fluffy, like slipper things.
Yeah, you were putting up pictures of them, talking about them, and I remember Levid being like, "I'll buy them for you" or something like that. But after I had worked on that project, I was like, these brands always offer you. They're like, if you ever need anything, just let us know. And I never need anything because it's no offense to whoever wears Uggs. I don't wear them. I don't understand them. I don't even live in a place that, no, Josh's girlfriend, I don't think has a YouTube channel, but I don't know because the person he told me was his girlfriend. He gave me first he told me it was this other girl that it wasn't. And the second girl he told me, like, that one, I don't, how would I know that he's telling the truth? Because he didn't tell
lies about everything.
Right. So
he's a compulsive liar. How many girlfriends did he tell? I mean, like he admitted, or at first he tried to tell you she lived in Australia. Then he tried.
No, he didn't tell me that first. First, he told me a story about his ex-girlfriend that left him that lives in Australia. And that's the one that ended up being, he said. But first he told me it was this girl that lives in, I forgot where, but like an hour and a half away from him, which it wasn't.
Yeah, I thought it was Arizona or something.
Well,
I don't know.
I don't know, but I have gotten 2 emails from 2 women that were seeing him at the same time. One of them he was seeing for like.
Did they give him money?
The one woman said that she didn't. It was the mother that messaged or that sent me the email, and she sent me pictures of the text messages and she sent me a picture of the email that she sent him, which was like scary. I mean,
yeah, she was like, "Don't ever contact my daughter ever again." And
like, I'm mean as fuck, and my husband is a and
U.S. Marshal or something.
No, like a highly decorated California police person, and her godfather is, and then I put down somebody's name that I don't know who it is, and her brother is like a special forces. And if you ever speak to my daughter, her baby again, or something like that, you'll see all of us. I was like,
yes. Oh my God, it was good.
the daughter sent him an Instagram message that said something. I think I sent it to you as well. That said,
Oh, I don't
"I'm
think
gonna
so.
pray for you." It was in the email. I'm gonna pray for you, and he said, I want to go hide in a hole or dig a hole and get in it or something. And she said that might be a good idea. And then he said, your mom doesn't want me to talk to you ever again. And she said, I would. Oh, and he said, I am going to respect that. And she said, I think you should.
So how long have they met before?
I didn't ask any questions.
Okay.
I didn't.
I understand.
I tried to send her like a message back, but then it came up like the mail server or something like that. So I didn't try again after that. But I had also gotten another message from somebody else that is one of his subs, and I'm not going to talk about that one because I'll send you the email though. See.
Oh man, is it that picture?
No.
Is it?
No.
That's
It
different.
was. So yeah, that's a different person. So he named off 3 subs and sent me like I didn't ask him. This was totally out of the blue. I can text it to you. I haven't even pulled up this stupid Instagram thing yet.
I remember talking about some of this stuff, but there was so much crazy stuff, guys, that like it's a lot. I can't remember everything, and like so sometimes when she's talking about it, I'm like, oh yeah.
I mean, it's just so much. That's why it was overwhelming. That's why I'm telling you, I did not, even though I sent those to people, it was not like I hope that you like secretly put these out. No, I made it so clear
No,
to the
you
people that I sent them to, like, this is really important that you do not do anything with these, you know.
yeah.
And
And I would go to you and yeah, I think the people you talked to, I think you really believed would not put it out there. I mean, I know with me, like, because you were like really
I was
serious
dead
about me not
serious.
showing anybody,
And I was really afraid of it getting out there. So that's why I sent
I
Marie
didn't want
that
you to
email.
worry.
That's why I sent Tiffany Marie that email, because Josh had sent me a text that said that he had received this email. He sent me a picture of the email, and it was somebody that said
Yeah, he lied.
they were in. Yeah, so that's exactly why. And so Tiffany.
Oh, that's what that was about.
Yeah, so Tiffany would like to believe, or she
Oh.
feels, and I was so overwhelmed and just like, she scares me too. You know that. You know that. So it's like, he had sent me this text saying that he had received this email from this person that was in her, that all of her Discord was talking about it, and
Yeah.
And so,
Yes.
like, I believe you told
He
me
was
that.
trying to get you to admit to telling people about your guys' relationship.
And also he was trying to gauge where I was at, if I was going to expose him. And he got that answer because he was so, and I didn't want to, I thought it was real. I really did. And he kept saying, he was real calm about it. And he kept saying like, well, I guess we should just ignore it. Then we'll just ignore it. Right. So you're not going to say anything. How are you really off of YouTube? Have you deleted your accounts off of YouTube? And I was like, yes, I have. I deleted my Jenny Penny account and I'm staying away. Like, I was just terrified. And so when he said that, I finally said to him, and I was asking you, do you know anyone in Tiffany's server that you can ask them if this is going on? But
right,
I didn't.
and you said, have I heard anything? Or I think you also asked me if I told anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I swear I didn't tell anybody. Like,
Yep.
I wanted the people that I wanted to, like, I think there was 1 or 2 times I came to you. I was like, can I tell it? You know, I would come to you first about something like that because yeah, I definitely wasn't going to put that stuff out. I think the reason why it took so long for it to leak out is because nobody wanted to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Like, really,
right, so I don't know who. So what I see is if somebody that I had trusted had wanted to put it out like that, they would have done it at the very beginning.
right?
So
Right.
at the very,
unless they got mad at you, unless somebody actually got like, and I don't know if there's, see, like for me, like I'm not like a vindictive type. I want to, no matter what you did,
or
you know.
somebody wanted it.
But a lot of people are like that.
The people that I had given it to were very like asking me, do you know what you're going to do yet? after I had started putting those plagiarism videos out, and I kept saying, no, I don't. No, I don't. And maybe somebody wanted to force my hand. You know what I mean? Like make it so that I had to talk about that, because there's a very, I was very much like, I don't know that I want to do this because it will expose me as well. And I didn't really want people to be calling me stupid, and because I already felt stupid. So everything that I was afraid of
Right.
happening.
You couldn't have
exactly
dealt with
what
that at the
happened.
beginning.
Right. Everything
There's
that
no
I,
way you would have been able to get through this in the beginning when you were first. So it's, I mean,
well,
you knew
also,
this was going to happen. It was, you knew this was going to
no, I
happen at some
didn't.
point. It was just
No, I
like,
didn't. I I didn't expect that that was going to happen. I really didn't. I was really upset. I am really upset about it,
I
but
guess it's
there's
good to get
nothing
it
I
over
can
with,
do.
though.
Well, I don't know that there would have been anything to get over with, because I wasn't sure that I was gonna. Honestly, like everything that I was afraid people were gonna say about me, or they're saying about me, that I'm like such a mean person. Look at the way that I was like bullying him and bossing him around, that kind of stuff. I mean, if you understand though why I was speaking that way, it was because I wanted to know the truth, and I had no idea he was going to start off with the girlfriend thing. So when he did that, I had to keep up and act like I knew, and I knew he wasn't going to tell me the truth. If I didn't, I'd already said that I knew what was going, I knew that he had not told the truth about a ton of things. So yeah, I sound aggressive and I sound mean. Was I totally devastated and hurt? Yes. Yes, I was totally devastated, but I kept up the act while I was on the phone with him. I really did, because I wanted to know that I was very, very, I needed to know the truth. But did I think I wasn't last week at this time? I wasn't sure that I was gonna put the calls out at all. I
Right.
was.
What the question that I see a lot is that I think I see a lot
And
people
why do
want
you
to
send it
know
to
is
so
why'd
many
you
people?
record it, or what made you start
Why did I
recording?
record it? I recorded it not because I recorded it
Once you
because
started noticing
I
sus
knew that
behavior?
I didn't wanna be with him anymore after I figured out that the computer thing was a lie, and after I had figured out that the backpack was a lie. I knew that there had to be other things that were a lie, but I didn't even.
Oh yeah, what did he do with that backpack too? We didn't finish that story. Dang it.
Yeah, anyway, so I recorded it because I know that I'm stupid, like everyone has made very clear to me. I'm stupid. I know I'm real stupid, okay? So it's not, I mean, I'm saying that like because I
Oh my
just
god.
keep saying it over and over again. That's why I didn't want the calls out there, is because I
Oh, it
didn't
was just
want
a
people
stupid
telling me I'm
decision, but like you're definitely not stupid, because that's one of the things I've always known about you, is being like one of those most, that's why I like talking to you, because you're so intelligent.
But the thing is,
You're interesting.
that's part of the reason why I recorded it, because I know that, yes, I am a smart person, but I am easily manipulated, clearly. And I'm at a place where I am and have been, where I'm hurting and I want my pain to go. I want my sadness to go away. And it's not the Josh sadness. I know that people must think that I'm like so heartbroken. I'm not heartbroken. I'm not mad at Josh, and I'm not heartbroken over Josh. I don't want to be with him, and I didn't want to be with him at that point in which I recorded it. I wanted to know the truth. He asked me multiple times prior to those phone calls, can we still be friends? And I said no. I said
Yep.
no. There's no
Yeah,
way.
did
I
you see that message that they said was you? Did he try to say was you
I have no
about
idea what you're talking about. I saw Jen Hoffa made a comment in the comments of the channel, saying something like these new screenshots that had suddenly developed, and I sent her an email asking, what are you talking about? I have no idea. I stopped. I can't watch.
there's no way that was you. I
What
don't
was
know. It said something about like it said something like a message that Josh gave to Tiffany Marie, that Josh said was you, that you messaged him and said like ha ha, or boo hoo, your mom's dead, or something like
No,
that.
no, absolutely not.
Like, I remember I was like, "No way," because I remember you feeling bad because you said something about you I remember one comment, I
Yep.
won't say it, but I remember you
Because
telling
I
me you
needed
felt
him to
bad
stop.
because
Yeah, we were on the phone when he and I were texting that, remember? He said the meanest thing he could possibly 3 of the meanest things he could possibly say to another human being to me, and I needed him to stop, and you and I were on the phone, and I just broke down
Mhm.
completely, and I told you, and I said something and then immediately apologized. I would never talk about his family in that way, so I have no idea what
And that comment
was
that you
said,
said
but I
wasn't
did not say
it
it.
wasn't like that. I
No.
mean, but and that's why I was thinking, I'm like, I can't imagine you saying, and also the way that the message was written. Now, I understand if somebody was trying to send a message and pretend that they were somebody else, they might type differently, but the way it was typed and everything was all wrong for
Well,
her
he has me
style.
blocked and I have him blocked, so there's no way that I could have even gotten through. He was blocked from my email even, but he sent me those, emails from
And he was trying to contact you too. It wasn't just
no,
her
no,
trying
yeah,
to contact him.
yeah, we were
That's another
that was
thing.
going back and forth. It was before he had paid back the money, that he and I were contacting each other still.
What
Um,
was the date that he paid back the money? So
um,
everybody can
I wanna say
take
it was July 8th, maybe? It was a Thursday. He was supposed to pay it back on midnight of that Sunday, which would have been, the start of July 4th. I gave him a deadline, a very strict deadline. He kept saying to me, "You're gonna have to sue me to get the money. You're gonna have to wait to July 22nd when my grandmother and I meet with the bank to refinance the home." But that's not true because, you guys get paid from YouTube on the 21st, right?
Mhm.
I just didn't think that why did she give him I didn't give him $9,000. I didn't give him $9,000. Sorry, Find Summer at 1-800-TBI-FIND. I did not give him $9,000. Um, anyway,
Well, maybe she
it was
means
like once
like why did you what was the reasons that he saying he was gonna give the money he needed money for, but I
he
don't know.
needed money for his grandma's medical port. I gave him $2,600. I believe I sent you the, screenshots of my Cash App.
Mhm.
He
At some point, yeah.
he told
You
me
did
that
it words.
well, you've changed your number like 3 times, I think.
No,
Um,
just once.
well,
Well, you might have been texting
Google
me on my Google number at one time too.
yeah,
Yeah.
so I had your Google number, then I had your real number, then I had this new number.
Yeah.
So it's somewhere in that ether, but, the first one was the grandma's medical port, that was 2,600. The second one was the second one was because his bank accounts got hacked from a Facebook ad, and that was I sent him $600, because he said he had no access to any money for, like, a very long time because
He in
his
his life, he had the worst luck ever I've ever seen.
it
It was
went viral
ridiculous.
because
It was
it
I
was
know 'cause it was all fake,
well, the
but that's
thing
what
is,
I'm saying.
it wasn't chaotic like that. It wasn't chaotic like that
Yeah,
until
but that's
the
because you guys
money
like
started happening, and that's when it became such a cloud that you're lost in because he's telling me about all these panic attacks, and he's telling me how stupid he is, and, you don't wanna hear someone say that, and you just want their pain to go away, and if you can solve their issue for them easily, then you will, because and you have to remember, I was in a place where it's like, no one can solve my problem for me. It feels like it's a problem that will never be solved.
Mhm.
So please don't say that I'm fake crying. I'm not. I'm
No,
genuinely trying to not
she's
cry.
very sensitive, especially because well, it's not just that. It's like what she's going through is very this has all been very recent, the stuff that she's dealing with,
Well,
uh,
mostly this is
in her
scary
real
for
life.
me because I know that people are gonna clip this and rip it apart, And I just want this all to end, and I don't want there to be more and more and more, like, shredding
Mhm.
me. I can't handle it. I realize that you people that do YouTube, you are bulletproof. This is
It's hard, isn't it?
I don't have this exterior to handle this at all, at all.
Yeah.
So
well, I promise you that I
you.
won't talk about it again. Like I mean, I just wanted to do this and I don't, I'm good. You know what I mean? I just want people to know, like, this is just, I'm not saying that Josh needs to be canceled or
I'm not
anything.
saying that either. I'm not mad at him, okay? I have honestly got no feelings for him. I don't have any feel. He's like a non-existent person to me, okay? And say what you want to say, that I'm hurt or that I want to be with him still or that I'm being vindictive. No, I really just wanted it out there. The fact that he is not who he says he is, not the calls,
So
that
nobody
he
else
is
has to
not.
deal with what you did.
Exactly, because I've been in his chat before and I see what people say and and the way that he is very easy to believe,
Yeah, and you're the with your personality, you're totally the type, like, if you see somebody like doing something wrong and you can
Yeah,
save others, you're gonna like save them because
you know
that's
that
just how
better
you
than
are.
anyone. I've done that to you, I've talked to you about things that I didn't think were right. I will do that. Um,
Mhm.
and that's, I've told you before, "Hey, I didn't think that was cool," or whatever. Do you know what I
Mhm.
mean? But
Yeah,
that's how I am. Like, I'm
and
it's
that's why I liked you because
liked.
I know, and that's how because I do, and that's another thing I take into account too with about the channel you went on and stuff. It's like I know how you are. You are cool with it, and I can respect that because that's how I am too. I'm cool with whoever's cool with me. You know what I mean? So like, if JTR is being nice to you and stuff, like, why do you have to be a bitch to her? Okay, I get it. Like I,
My problem, my story and her problem with you, they don't mesh into each other, okay? And I did tell her, just so you know, I did tell her about that stream where she went off on the circle jerks. I did tell her that there were many things that really did not help her argument and that she did not need to do. And that
Mhm.
really were like, for me, watching that stream, I was like, this takes away from any credibility when you start to attack people.
Yeah.
Okay, so but I understand that she was really upset. I don't know the whole story, okay,
I
but
don't know what she's upset about
I don't know the whole story.
with me. Like,
I
because
don't know the whole well,
the
I don't.
stuff that she's talking about with me it happened forever ago, and we've already been past that.
But I think for her that was really, I'm not gonna sit here and
Join her YouTube
I wish
channel.
that you two, this is the kind of person that I am. I'm like, why can't you guys just sit down and talk? Like reason.
No, what is so bad about showing her YouTube channel?
I mean, you'd have to
People,
talk to her about that. I don't know.
I'm not gonna.
I
That's
don't
not
know anything
doxing her.
about
She's
her.
trying to play on your emotions. That's what I feel like.
I get that you think that, and I know that she thinks things. If you guys could sit down and talk, I bet you would get along. She's a very interesting person as well, and you're a
Well,
very interesting person.
she's the one that just came after me out of nowhere. Like I mean, she's the one that makes videos about me, not the other way around. So the only time I made a video about her was after she had been going after me for like days nonstop, like with Six Up, and that's the only time. But I mean, I didn't even know who she was. She came after me.
So Ziggy, just as I'm appreciative towards you for everything that you like, the time that you spent with me and the time that you talked to me and everything, I really am. I am very grateful for that. I am also grateful for the advice that she gave me and the time that she took with me. It
Yeah.
was really helpful. So I'm grateful to both of you. I hate that you guys don't like each other, but I hate it when two people that I do like hate each other. So
Always uncomfortable place to be in.
so
I understand.
and I'm sorry that really upset you and hurt your feelings.
It's fun.
It
It's
wasn't about that. It was
okay. Like, it's
for us and the
I don't
decision.
I get over stuff like that super fast because it's not a big deal to me. Like, I try to focus on the things that really, that's not like, we're all human. We all do, you know, I can look at things from other people's point of view and I can see what where you're coming from. You know what I mean?
I know.
So I might get mad at first, but like,
I know.
you know, after I calm down and look at like where you're coming from, then and kind of taking into account everything, I can understand. You know what I mean? So I just like that kind of stuff. It doesn't.
I wasn't mad at you, but I thought to myself, oh God, she's mad and now she's going on YouTube to react about this. And you know how I feel about that because I've told you before, like sometimes you just have to count to 30 or like think about it because if you
No, I'm not going to come on here and bitch about you.
I felt like you were that night though that I was on JTR, but I didn't listen to it.
Well, yeah, I am. Because I have such strong beliefs behind JTR's motives, and me and you just have different opinions on that, and we're not going to agree. That's just how it is. People can do that. You could still be friends and not agree on something, especially that's something so minor as that. It's not a big deal. You know, so everybody has different opinions and stuff, but
Dirk, I
I'm
see what
and like
as Dirk, I understand what you're saying. I do. I understand what you're saying. I don't know that that's her motivation. I would hope that that is not, but I can see where you might think that or see where someone might think that. I try to see the best in people because I'm stupid. Remember, don't forget, I'm stupid. So,
yeah, just Receipts sent me pictures of my house too. She's just
that's fine.
anyways, we don't have to talk. I'm not trying to play or like just trying to yeah, you know, that's not something this stream is really truly about like just the truth and with the Josh and the situation, and so people know like, hey, she's not saying like that she's not any type of fault or at all. She knows like she knows like she wasn't thinking clearly and stuff, and she's just trying to give us some context here of what was going on in her life at the time.
So whatever Jen Hoffa says is true. She received so many. She's been with me through since the very, very,
she's
very
like the first one that knew, right?
well, knew that even he and I were talking to each other because Josh didn't want me to tell anybody. He made it very clear. That's why I didn't tell you, Ziggy. I didn't tell anyone. Also, I
Right.
made it very clear, and I knew it too, that I would get attacked if I said anything or even alluded to that. And so, I mean, he made it very, very clear. The part about they wouldn't believe you anyway was when I say it in the call, you know, he would make these jokes about, I just want to tell everyone about this. And I would say, no, please don't. And he'd be like, did you tell anyone? I said, I told Jen Hoffa about it because she knew about it. She knew. She sent me the first text before anything had even happened. Like, what's going on with you and Josh? It seems like he's like following
That's
me.
crazy. She noticed that. So
Yeah,
observant.
well, is very observant, like ridiculous.
I don't notice those things.
I mean, she
I'm
does.
not able to go on people's like streams very often.
Right. Well, it would be like you'd be live and I would like be in your live and then I would jump over to a different live and because if people were on the same time and then he would also be doing the same thing. So she brought it up to me. And so she's known about that. I mean, I've told her about this. We've talked about it from the very beginning, mainly because I couldn't lie to her when she was asking me what was, you know, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you had this secret that you couldn't even talk to anybody about.
I had taken a huge step back from YouTube even was because he and I were on the phone all the time and we were
yeah,
watching.
I knew something was freaking up and I was like, I knew something was up.
So when you're talking to someone and making comments to somebody on the phone that you would normally make in a chat, you're not in the chat doing that. Do you know what I mean? So he and I were just on the phone literally all the time. And there were really shitty times and during the whole thing, but it was really nice. And for me, like the part that I didn't understand that I still don't understand is like how do you spend that much when you just want you know, I went back and forth. Is this a romance scam or not? But it's too clearly a romance scam to me, you know? I mean, the lead up on these stories was so great. The lead up of, you know, the Otis stuff, the lead up for the money for
Was
the
that true or not true about the Otis
how
needing
would
that?
I know? I have no idea because I don't
You
know
don't know
anything.
still?
I mean, how would I know? Because he
Yeah,
lied about everything. So I still have not sent you any of these texts because I can't do two things at one time, it
I know.
seems. But I think I sent you the text of the last text that he sent me about the story. Do you know what I mean? Um,
Um,
can I ask? Okay. So where he had me blocked, I don't know what he's shown, but I know what the person that with the fake email address that I'm positive was him
he
that
was
was sending the
contacting her.
emails. So there were pictures of these that I was calling. So I don't have an unknown number. So I don't know what that's about, but he had me blocked. So when I called 6 times and I said that to him. I called him 6 times, and that was when I believe when we were still he was misconstruing everything that I was saying over text, and it was to like turn it around on me, and I wanted to it would just be easier not to sit there and keep on texting where he and I had this problem where there was a lot of miscommunication because of texting. Like he would
Yep. I
said,
deal with the same thing. I deal with the same thing. Yep.
or I would read something he said wrong. So
Right.
and he said to me
Frustrating.
in text, I mean, I know I keep saying I can send this text and I haven't done it yet, but this is a lot. This is why I wasn't prepared. Like if if I wanted those calls to be out, I'm the kind of person that would be prepared with, organized
I know you
screenshots
are.
of everything.
I
So
know.
that's why I'm saying I was not prepared or ready for this stuff to come out because of times like this where then when I feel the pressure, I start to get really flustered and I can't do anything right when I'm flustered. So that's why I'm trying to keep calm as well. But again, see, you are good at making me feel comfortable. So whoever wants to say
Because,
that I sound too calm, like you can blame Ziggy on that one.
well, plus you've been like talking about this. It's been your life for like months now. You know what I mean? Like,
The thing is, I haven't though. Like, I've been working on those videos since July 31st, and that's really been fun for me. Like, I know people are gonna take that and run with it, but it's
that
enjoyable
was
to
cool.
do
You did
something
pretty good
creative.
though. I was surprised.
Yeah, I like being creative, um, but I don't want him canceled. I don't hate him. I don't like I said on my test stream. If I saw him on the street, I wouldn't say hi to him, I would ignore him. If I saw him get hit by a car on a bicycle, I would call 911. But I would do that for anyone.
It wasn't about Otis getting fixed, guys. It was
It
about some
wasn't
kind of
about Otis
surgery.
getting fixed. It was about Otis getting fixed. Otis, he
It
said,
was?
well, listen, he said that Otis needed to get fixed, all this stuff, but then it turned into a much larger thing that Otis couldn't get fixed because he had to have this one ball hadn't descended or one testicle hadn't descended. I mean, this is like, I hate,
Sorry, I'm so immature.
I mean, I can do, I mean,
Oh my god. I didn't know when I was hearing that on the phone call, like I did not know whether I was like, is this
he said,
freaking real life?
he said that he had taken Otis to get fixed. Okay. And when he got there, he dropped Otis off and then he got a call from the vet that said that they couldn't do it. So it was going to be a $700 ultrasound, and I did not give him the $700 for that. Okay. So he then brought Otis home, and Josh was having all these like severe panic attacks and just really upset because Otis was going to need this incredibly expensive surgery. And the doctor told him that if he didn't have this surgery, then he could get cancer, he could die young, and all this stuff. And he was really upset. And I could identify with that because, my dog had died in 2021. And I mean, that is a devastating thing for me. I know that people will think it's stupid, but
Did he know about that?
yeah,
About your dog?
yeah, we talked about when his dog Maggie died. We talked about when Jean had died. We talked about that a lot.
So he knew like
Knew about
prior
it.
to
Yeah, prior to that. But I also knew that, and he and I had talked about this prior to the Otis stuff, that when I first got Roseanne, you know, she was 5 years old at the time. She was a rescue, but anything that was out of the ordinary in the first like couple months of having her sent panic attack to me. Like, please don't die. I can't go through another dog dying. Please don't die. And it was really hard for me actually to bond with Roseanne because I was, you know, still grieving Jean, and still, I mean, I miss Jean was like Jean is like the dog. The If I put it this way, if the pet cemetery in the movie were real and you bury a pet in there and they come back super evil, I don't care. I would bury Jean in the pet cemetery just to have more moments with her. She could, you know, chew my jugular vein to bits, but I would just love to have another moment with that dog. Um,
Oh.
it's true. But, you know, we had talked about losing our pets, and it was very emotional what we talked about. And he and I both talked about, he felt the same way, which is like when you first get a new dog and they do something that's out of the ordinary, you immediately think they're going to die. They're going to die. Do you know what I mean?
How long after this conversation about your dogs dying and stuff did he tell you about a story about the
I couldn't tell
surgery?
you. I mean, it wasn't that long of a period of time that we were even talking. It was only like
Yeah.
3.5, 4 months, you know?
Yeah.
So in the grand scheme of things, it's like a drop in the bucket. So I don't know when, but we talked so much. Like, we talked so much that
Yeah,
it's
because I'm just wondering, it does seem like to me, when you add everything up and when you know everything, it does seem like he kind of, it does seem like planned out. Like he remembers stories about how
my
you were
grandma
with animals and stuff and how
and
you
my
are with
how my grandmother and I were like the closest of the close.
yeah, I don't know,
Um,
man. That's
and my dog and but you know what, I realized I did not finish answering this question about why I recorded the calls is because, you know, I knew that I didn't want to be with him. I knew that he was a liar because I had already figured out the thing with the backpack, and there was just no explanation for the computer, but he kept sticking to it. I knew that I could easily be sucked back in because I really did care about him. And
what explanation did he give for the fake picture?
I mean, he gave a bunch over the phone that morning when I had that morning that he asked me about had I ever refinanced the house, that he had a bank question. Um and said, you know, that he alluded to having to refinance the house for a $6,500 loan, but that it was going to cost, that if he missed a pay, it would be $600 a month for the next 2 years. And if he missed a payment, then basically the bank would sell the house. And that he wasn't sure that it was worth risking his home over. Um, that's when I reversed image searched it, and I said to him over text after I saw the images, like my blood just went cold. I messaged him and said that was that really your laptop? And then I said, can I call you? And normally I wouldn't call him.
Right, I remember.
Said, yeah. So I called him immediately and I told him, and part of me wishes that I hadn't, because then you could see where this all played out. Do you know what I mean? But I called him and I told him, and what he said was that he told like 3 different stories. One of them was that the data recovery service had sent him that picture and had said, if we can get data off of this computer, then we can get it off of anything. And he just sent it to me without an explanation. The second one was that he was waiting in line in the Walgreens and trying to explain it to me, and he didn't have a picture of his laptop on him or something like that. And so he just had sent me that picture. You know, there were like 3 stories and it was a lot of stammering when it wasn't the Josh that, you know, that's very well spoken, you know.
Mhm.
He's really good at talking. He really is.
Yeah, but when he lies, he's like,
He's
I don't
pretty
know.
good at lying too.
Well, I mean, when he's like
But when he's
caught, oh my gosh, he's like a little boy.
right, when he's caught off guard in a lie and it hasn't been like rehearsed for him, then I mean, it was 3 different stories to the extent of you know, when we were talking that time, it was a very short conversation, but he said, Well, that makes sense because this data recovery service told me to send them a $500 deposit, because to hold my place, to basically, he said something like it was the busy season or something like that, or to hold his place, he needed to send a $500 deposit
Yeah.
to the computer. And so I said, I'm stupid. And also, I didn't know what to say. I was like, so did you send any money? No. Well, do you think that maybe they were trying to scam you? You know? He was like,
Mhm.
maybe something like that, you know? But anyway, so I knew that I still cared about him. I knew that I didn't want to be in a relationship with him, but I also knew that I needed to get that money back. And I know I heard someone on a different, I mean, I didn't listen to the full whatever. I just like would, out of curiosity, and I should never have listened to any of it. I heard someone say, well, if she's so rich, why does she need the money back? I said multiple times, I'm not rich. And $7,600 is,
Wow. It's not even about the money anyways.
it's not, but you know, I heard people say that. So yeah, I had it in my account and I wasn't going to be spending it. So yeah, it would
You
have been.
made it known to me a million times, like, that it's
Mhm.
not, you've told me a million times it has nothing to do about the money, and because I feel like the same way, you think the same way I do about stuff, when it comes to money. Like, that's not
I
even
don't
the
exactly. My motto is not easy come, easy go. It's like I work hard and I don't spend money. I have a very low overhead. I just am like a money hoarder. I do not spend money because I am
Mhm.
afraid of what if something really bad happens and I need money.
Yeah, you only have yourself, really, you know? Especially, like,
$6,500 a month. What? I don't understand. No, he said it was $6,500 for the data recovery. And then all of that played out. But then on the Monday after, he said he was at a different recovery agency and said that, or not recovery agency, but a different like computer place that said that they could get the data off of the computer for, I think it was $2,200. He sent me that in a text, and then immediately afterwards, it said that he had meant to send that to his sister, and he admits in the second call that I knew that it was just like, no, you didn't mean to send that to your sister, you know, but he admitted he didn't send that to his sister. So he was still trying to get money at that point, you know. Um, so Tickles, besides Korean heritage, do you have another heritage? Like, are you mixed? Sorry, no disrespect. It's an honest question. I'm 1/4 Greek. So my dad is half Greek, half Korean, and my mom is 100% Korean.
no, she doesn't work for UGG.
I don't work for UGG, but I've done projects for UGG.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know they make comforters. I couldn't tell you, but I bet if you email them, like they will take care of it, I'm sure, if it fell
Oh my gosh, they are the
I
best
don't
freaking
know.
comforters ever.
I couldn't tell you about their
Mine is. Yeah, I just like redid my. Oh shit! Speaking of, I need to go put my stuff in the dryer.
okay.
Um,
But if you want to play that video, you can. You can do whatever you want. I can send you these. I still haven't pulled up these.
well, I need to get off here in a little bit, or I need to get off here really. I think
So
it's like
can I read you these screenshots and then I'll send it
yeah,
to you?
yeah.
Okay. So this is the last story, and
I'm
then
gonna
I'll
go.
tell you. Okay.
I'm gonna listen, but
Mhm.
I'll yeah, go ahead and I'll be
Oh, I'm
listening.
on my own now. Okay. Hang on a second. Let me pull it up.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, best comforter before you wash it. That's true, Jackie Jude. That's a tough one. Like with, like I washed my other comforter like a week or so ago, and it's yeah, it's not the same. And plus, it's huge, and it's not really. I feel like it's like too big for my washer. But anyways,
So, Z, I
yeah,
will text you these and then I'll read it. Okay.
yeah. You remember when I would message you, and
Mhm.
I would, or when me and you were talking, and I would be like, do you think he has some kind of addiction or something? Because I
Yes,
was
I
like trying
do.
to figure it
So that was part of the reason that I called Chris McDonough after I got these texts. And after I realized that I was never going to hear the full truth. And it was a bit after, because Josh and I had made plans to speak on the phone and he was going to tell me the whole story, but then he would get really like, he wasn't going to tell me the whole story. And After the second time that he decided that he wasn't going to tell me the whole story, and we had plans on a certain day to speak at 8 o'clock at night, he was going to tell me the whole story. Because all I wanted was the truth. I just wanted to know the whole story because I wanted to know the whole story.
That's just kind of how you are.
Didn't make any sense. Nothing made any sense that he was saying. And I was like, I had written down like all the numbers and the amounts that he had said, and none of it made any sense. So I sent you the first page of it, and now I'll read that one, and then I'll send you the next one.
Oh, you just sent me something? I didn't
just
see
text
anything.
you a screenshot of the first
Do you
page.
want me to show it?
You can, you don't have to. I can read it, but I just want you to know that I'm sending it to you, so you can show it whenever you want, but I can read it. I'll read it. So he said, okay, so I'll start before then. He said, I can't talk long. They're only here for a few more days, and I've got more units to clean out tomorrow, and I'm mowing some lawns tomorrow. So he said that he had to clean out storage units and mow lawns to pay back his cousin that he had borrowed the money to pay me back from. And he was like, basically earning the money to pay back his cousin that he borrowed the money to pay me from by mowing lawns and cleaning out storage units. So this was about, we were supposed to talk. He was supposed to tell me the whole story, but he said that his family was in town, and that's why he said, I can't talk long. They're only here for a few more days, and I've got some more units to clean out tomorrow, and I'm mowing some lawns tomorrow. Tomorrow, they leave Sunday morning, reduced to a landscaper, he said.
Is this the one you're sharing right now, or?
Yeah, that's the one. So, above that, he said that he said he was trying to save people, and that's why he had lied about this stuff. But so I asked in response to, I said, what do you mean by trying to save people? And he says, I was trying to help my piece of shit cousin out, and I got caught up in this bullshit. I was trying to get fast money, so get new equipment. But I think what he meant was to get new equipment. Okay. So I was trying to help my piece of shit cousin out, and I got caught up in his bullshit, and I was trying.
Tweakers.
What's that?
No, I was just reading that where it says his tweaker friends.
Okay. So I was trying to get fast money to get new equipment, and his tweaker friends, I didn't know were tweakers, stuck him up while I was in the car. Really was trying to help myself out and got caught up with the wrong people. Never thought it would happen to me. So it was supposed to be fast and easy. Then they threatened me and my family. I could never have told you that. I knew you wouldn't loan me the money for that. Who would? I was scared, but it wasn't targeted. Yeah, I saw the opportunity because of how you offered so easily, obviously, because I lied about it. I should never have started in with, and then he names the person that he said was his girlfriend, which I don't know it was his girlfriend because he named off a different girl prior to that.
Yeah, they kept changing.
Yeah, I should have never started with so-and-so again. And there were some things she told me, and I wanted to help her. And I don't want to read that part. I probably should have blacked that out. She made some claims basically that were heart-wrenching to him. He said, I wanted her to get away, but that had nothing to do with money. And I swear that on my life. And I said, you're not going to call me, because we had made plans to talk on the phone, and he was going to tell me this. So I was asking that because why was he telling me all this in text? And he said, I will. Yes, I will. Later, I will. I said, you could have told me that. And he said, these people would have shot my house up. Here, I need to send this to Ziggy, the second screenshot. Yeah, okay. Where did I end the first screenshot at?
Here.
I think it was midway through, so I'll just do it midway through.
At the end of, and I swear that on my life.
Okay, I'm going to send you this next one. I know you have to go take your laundry out. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Okay, I'll send that one.
It is interesting to me, but
okay.
Yeah, I'm like,
so I just sent it to you. I said, you're not going to call me? He said, yes, I will. Later, I will. Later, I wills, and then he writes will because he made a typo. I said, you could have told me that. He said, these people would have shot my house up, and they told me they were going to. I said, you could have told me anything as long as it was the truth. He said, and guess what? I'm so fucking far in the hole. I gotta mow lawns. I gotta go mow lawns. And then he
See, I
says,
feel like he's saying that to try to get you to be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Here's some more money."
well,
That's
there
why I
was
laugh. I think it's just like so like I
so
don't know.
leading up to the phone calls, I had told him that I knew that he had been lying about some stuff, and I really wish that he would come clean and we could figure out how to a repayment plan, because the repayment plan that he had offered me was like $250 a month for the next 2.5 years. And the last thing I wanted was to be tethered to him for 2.5 years. I didn't trust him as it was. And so I said, that's really not going to work for me. I'll come up with some other payment plans and we can discuss it. So when I got him to do the phone call with me, I said, I've come up with some payment plans, which I had, but I really hope that when we speak, you can tell me the entire truth. And that's when he was like, I mean, it was just like all these many tumultuous circular things leading up to the phone call in that last hour prior to the phone call, because I told him that I would talk to him at 8 o'clock at night when I got done doing what I was doing. So right before we started the phone call, he said, why do I feel like you're still going to try to help me out? So I think that he did the phone call because he thought that I was going to forgive his debt if he told me that truth. Because then after the second phone call, he said, you were never going to show me any mercy, were you? Like, you want me to, you want to ruin my life, all this stuff. I was like, I don't. But no, like, I
Wow.
asked you to tell me the entire truth. So, and you didn't. And that's very clear that you didn't by this group of phone, by how much everything you said then it was like an onion being peeled back, lie after lie after lie. So, I said, I would have been a little bit more forgiving, like, and not said, you need to have the money to me all in total by this date. If I had known, I was like, I just couldn't believe that. I felt like there must be something bigger. Like, I didn't want to believe that he was just a liar. I wanted to believe that there was something that was that he needed that kind of money for, um,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
wanted
If
to
you
know the
really
truth.
liked him and you didn't want to believe
Well,
that
I
he was
didn't
like,
wanna be with him still, but I did care about him as a human, just like I care about other people, but I didn't wanna if he wasn't gonna tell me the truth, and if I knew that nothing he had already told me and all this time he had spent telling me all these lies all the way back to when he actually was dry bagging for the money, then how am I supposed to believe that he's gonna pay me back? Why should I give him a year to pay me back? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's very possible he's not going to. And I didn't want to keep on going with him. I don't want to keep having these. I wanted nothing to do with him, just like I want nothing to do with him now, you know? And just like why I blocked his number after Chris McDonough called him and told him that I had contacted him. The reason I contacted him because I was genuinely concerned. I was genuinely concerned. Someone's telling me that someone's going to shoot up their house. And also there's all this talk of drugs. There's all this talk of other things. Like, I knew that he was never going to tell me the truth. And even if that was the truth, that, all this drug deal had happened, I didn't want that on my conscience because I wasn't going to be able to help him. What if something really bad happened? I knew that I couldn't help him, but I knew that Josh and Chris were still close with each other. And Chris, he looked up to Chris so much, and I knew that he would take Chris's advice, So I knew that there was no way that I could help him because I could not get the straight story, but I did not want that on my conscience, that there was something about a drug deal or someone shooting up his house or his family was in danger. There was no way that I could. It's like, if you see something, say something. I knew that I couldn't say there was nothing I could do, but maybe his friend Chris could help him with whatever was going on. May it be an addiction like you had thought, or may it be, that he just wanted
some
new.
kind of addiction. It doesn't have to be it doesn't even have to be a drug or an alcohol addiction. It could be other addictions that people remind me in chat, and that's very, very, very possible because I don't see signs of alcohol and drug addiction.
But
besides this. And so it makes me think it's some other type of addiction, like gambling.
You can understand, like, this is weird though, because this text that I just read and that you put on the screen, the first one, it says that he needed money. He wanted fast money to get new equipment. So imagine how shocking that is to see after I've spent like this entire time hearing about the grandma. Like, he led up to the grandma needing the medication. He led up greatly. And it was really stressful for me because I was worried about him going through all this stuff, you know, all of that, like with the leading up to needing the money for Otis's surgery, needing the money for the graduation party. I mean, that was really hard to hear about because I was not offering the money as I wasn't offering the money. I was giving him solutions of ways that he could still have the party without me giving him the money. And that was not the right answer because it was like, it just got worse. The things that he was saying, you know, like that his son was crying and stuff like that. You know, it was just like so emotionally charged.
Right? It's crazy. He always has. That's why I noticed. That's one of the first things I said to you. It's like, oh my! After I started listening, it's like, and you know, kind of once I started seeing like your, you know, screenshots and hearing it and stuff, I was like, oh my god! Like, he has the worst luck of anybody I've ever heard in my life. Like, it was always something. Yeah, and like, how is this? Like, you don't. I mean, I guess at the time, maybe that's probably what. Do you think that's what like tipped you off? And what's the first thing that you think tipped you off that something wasn't right about him?
What do you mean? Like
as far as was something wasn't right about,
I mean,
like,
there were a lot of little things, but I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Like when he was telling me about not getting that job as a writer on Always Sunny in Philadelphia, like that didn't make a lot of sense to me because I know people. I mean, I know how a writer's room works, and I know, like, my friend Grania, she was a writer for Saturday Night Live. She came over to this side of the country, and she thought she would just be able to go and get a writer's room job immediately because of her experience in
yeah,
her experience, but she ended up she had to be a PA on like a stupid ABC Family comedy show. Like, she couldn't just get in. So I knew that it's really hard to get a writer's room position. And also I knew that because of knowing her and knowing her boyfriend, or her ex-boyfriend, actually, Steven, that you have to go through it's not like they just offer it up to a stranger that has no experience. I'm sorry?
The guy from The Walking Dead, Steven, dude?
No.
Oh, okay. You know everybody, dang it.
No, I don't. I don't know everybody. No, it's not.
She doesn't like to brag, guys. Okay.
I don't even like talking about this stuff. So it's like,
she doesn't like talking about it at all.
Steven, I knew, and I also knew that show shoots on the East Coast. JTR said New York. I didn't say New York. On the East Coast. The writer's room, and it shoots on the East Coast. So that didn't make sense, but I wasn't going to question him because I believed him, you know? But like there was stuff like that just didn't make sense, you know? But I have a problem with giving people the benefit of the doubt because I want to believe that people are not going to lie to me, and I need to stop doing that. I know, you guys, I'm stupid and I'm naive. Okay. I admit it. But here's the thing. I also know that about myself, and I don't trust a lot of people. I don't even get to the point with most people where they could tell me a story like that I would have to give them a benefit of the doubt about. I am very closed off to most people. The people that are in my very close inner circle, I've known them for 20 years.
It took you a very long time to even tell me anything personal about yourself.
Well, I barely have told you anything personal is the thing too. Right. You know what I mean? Like and that's what I
a really long time
was that I could see how someone would feel like they were deceived because I don't tell everything. You know what I mean? Like I hold a lot back from YouTube for good reason.
Yeah.
Even
smart, actually.
Even what you just said about that person, like that was something that I would not want out there, but it's totally fine. It is what it is. You know what I mean? It's not, I don't brag about what I do, and I just don't.
Yeah. But it's kind of important to the
was.
story. It's kind of important to the story just because to know we got to remember, like, Josh knew this stuff about you. He knew
He
it's
didn't know
very
everything.
important.
I kept a lot of stuff like about my
But he
professional
knew
life.
you had connections and stuff, and so he
He
figured
knew,
that you were probably rich,
well,
right?
he knew I had nominal, like small connections. I didn't tell him everything because I have had times in my life where there have been people that wanted to be my friend because of things that they knew about me and the people that I know, you know, and the people
Yeah.
that I work with and that kind of thing. So I didn't want to feel like, because the fact of the oh my gosh, I almost said the fact of the matter is, that's something that he likes to say, but the truth is I could have helped him out in great ways with his professional career, and
Yeah.
I didn't want him to I didn't want to feel like at any point that he was using me, and by doing that, I obviously I was thinking about that, but I wasn't thinking about the money. And you know what? I didn't just offer it to him. He told me really elaborate stories leading up to me
Right.
offering it to him.
Exactly.
So I heard on that same show, like I only listened to like 5 minutes, but I heard like a handful of things that were just like more than a handful of things that were like,
Yeah, that's so
where
bad.
did you come up with that at? I don't just offer people money. I've never given you a dime, Ziggy.
There is so
You
much
know
that
what?
is so not true, guys.
I
But
sent
that's
you.
because people just don't know. So many people just don't know. That's because people are just going by what they know, and I understand because it's a lot to like take in and stuff. It's so much. Um,
I did send you 3 super chats for $1 each because I was making jokes about,
oh, really?
remember that time when I was making jokes, about the Tucker drywall thing, you know? Like, I
Oh,
said it in Korean when that lady Gigi was talking about,
what
um
happened to her, anyways?
I don't know, I've never watched her show, but remember when she came on and she said that, Scott was, like, North Korean or something like that? Remember that? So I sent the super chat for $1 written in Korean.
Oh man, I miss her crazy ass. She does it with some
But
fun.
I don't send super chats.
What?
The reason why Gray Hughes and I are close is because I came to YouTube because of that movie, Don't F with Cats, because I went looking around on the internet to see where these people were that could figure out crimes and stuff. Once I knew I needed to figure out my dad's stuff. I went to the Web Sleuths website and I made an account and I was messaging people that were like figuring out stuff, and none of them would write me back. And so then I saw at the top there was a banner that said Web Sleuths YouTube Live, and I clicked on it, and I didn't know that YouTube did that kind of stuff. And so I clicked on it and I I was like I became very close with Trisha. She helped me immensely. And then Trisha introduced me to Gray Hughes, like through her, her YouTube, and he helped me. He's helped me immensely figure out things with my dad's stuff and with the lady
Mhm.
that hurt my dad. So that's I don't watch his
And I
show.
saw his comment that he left, like,
What
and well, he left a really nice comment for you under but that's just
in the
under
in
a video that
what,
was done on it
oh,
that on that video that was done yesterday. But
wait, what video? Because the video
Tiffany,
that I put up.
no, Tiffany.
Oh, I didn't watch anything. I
Yeah,
have no idea.
yeah. But anyways, he left a really nice comment for you, and I agreed with him. You know what I mean? But the thing is, also I think like some people just don't know everything, and that's why they've come up to the conclusion that they have. And I think that if they actually knew everything, they would be thinking very differently.
Right,
Actually, I know they would.
and that's why I'm going like, do you know how overwhelming it is to try and go backwards and tell after they've already said it? It's like, what's the point? You already think what you think. That's what I mean by I wasn't ready for those calls to come out, because I wouldn't have put them out like that. I didn't want someone to put them out like that because of what's happened. Do you know what I mean? This is the exact thing I did not want to happen. I wanted to piece by piece be able to explain everything. And now it's just too overwhelming because no one's going to believe me, you know, and that makes me feel like I wish I had never said anything. And I do wish I had never
I
said
don't know. I don't know. I think some more people are going to come out. I really do.
there's those two, but you know, and that's the other thing. Josh can,
And I do need to read this super chat after here in a second because they left you a really nice message.
I can't.
What were you going to say real quick?
I don't know what I was going to say.
I'm sorry. Shit. Damn.
No,
sorry.
I don't. It doesn't matter. I'm sure that it was.
Frosty wanted to say, please tell the Grab that all of us who have been betrayed, manipulated, grifted, or scammed can see and understand how twisted it is for the victim. Love you, JP. Aw, that's very nice.
I like
yeah, because like I mean, it sucks because it's so much, and it's like
it's so much.
Yeah.
And that's part of the reason I didn't want to even come out with it, is because like I didn't know how to. I couldn't make videos about it because it was like even going through the text messages.
Yeah, where do you start?
Triggering. Yeah. And it's like, where exactly do I start? There is just so much, you know, it's just so much. And on YouTube, you have to back every single thing up. And that is, I mean, next year, if I dedicated an entire year to putting that together, you know, like maybe people wouldn't come up with these outlandish things. But
yeah, and you will answer anybody's question. Like you have not been worried about anybody's question. Well, and that's why I have no worries about asking her the tough questions and highlighting them because I know she doesn't care.
You can go ahead and ask any tough question, but it's like
the one that Tickles had. You know, I knew
what was that?
People had that. I can't remember the question, but I saw it and I knew it was kind of I forget which one it was. But it was like, I don't know, but it was kind of like giving you a hard time a little bit, I guess.
Give me a hard time, I'll answer it, you know? Like, that's why I was like wanting to go up on Tiffany's yesterday, because I will explain it to her, but I didn't, she scares me. And she was like, I felt like she wasn't listening to me. And then I start to get flustered. And then,
it's because it takes a long time to tell. It's not something that can be told in 5 minutes. Like
the same thing is true when she asked me, you know, I saw in Benny's chat that she said that I had released the calls. And so I put in there, I didn't. She said, well, then send me a list of names. And so when we were connected to each other, you know, it was like she wanted to know this list of names, but it all has a huge explanation as to why I sent it to these people. And I wanted to just talk to her on the phone because I know that texts get misconstrued. So when she said that I sent it to 10 people, I didn't. The thing is, there were people that asked if they could send it to people. And at that point, I figured they already had, so what was I supposed to say anyway? And if they trusted that person, fine. And that was a big mistake because the people that I had sent it to had not let it out. You know, it only came out the other day, and I did not, by the time AB had sent me the link to that channel that had those uploaded on there, it only had 41 views. And I had no idea. I really didn't know. And I wouldn't have done it this way. I wouldn't have. But I understand that the risk was made by sending it to those people, but I really trusted those people. So, and they asked me continuously throughout from the time that they had them until, you know, just the other day, what was I going to do? Did I have a plan yet of how I was going to do that? And I said to each one of them, I don't know. Do I want them out? Sometimes I was like, I want people to know what happened, but I don't know how to make that possible. So sometimes it was like, yeah, sometimes it was like, no, you know, like, but I didn't want them put out just like that, you know, drop YouTube. Yeah, I'm not going to do YouTube anymore. I mean, I've said that. I'm not. I haven't even been, no, I'm not. I'm going to read the whole thing, Martina.
No, she's being supportive though. She's being supportive.
You wanted to do originally, then come back and I'm not going to finish those videos. You know, I'm not. It's not.
You're not going to put those 2 videos out that or did you already do that?
I put the remaining videos that were
Thank you,
finished.
Marlena.
Thank you, Marlena. Thank you for saying that. It doesn't feel like it's gonna pass. That's the thing. It
I
just
know,
doesn't.
but
And I know that it will because I've said that to
there's
you.
got to be a reason for this. I'm telling you.
I've said it to you before that just let it ride, you know? And I've also said to you, don't try to explain yourself because it just gives them more content. And I did the same thing, you know? And I get it now. I have a lot more respect for what you guys are going through.
Yeah, you did
And
text me that saying like you did text me something like that. Like I have a lot more respect for you now because you don't. There's some things you don't understand
Yeah,
until you
no idea.
especially the hate and stuff that you get from people at first. It's like there's a huge learning curve on how to deal with it the appropriate way. So
Yeah, I just didn't know, and I knew, but I didn't know. Do you know what I mean? But no, I did not want those calls out the way that they were put out. I did. The reason why I sent them to people that I trusted was because do you see how long this is going to take forever if I were to start at the very beginning of the story? The call, if I just send the second call or the first call, then you get a better idea. Like you can then ask me questions about it, you know, my friends, or I can tell you without having to like tell you from the very beginning how like who wants to spend 6 hours on the phone hearing about this? Do I even want to talk about
it took 12 hours. We were on the phone for 12 hours for me to understand like everything. I mean, and that's not even everything actually. I still don't know everything, and I still like yeah, there's some I hear like her say and I'm like, "What?" Like, you know what I mean?
Because it was like too much, you know what I mean? So yeah, I called Chris and let me tell you what happened. So there's
Yeah, he
another
probably thought you were just some crazy person or something.
well,
That's probably what.
at that point it was like I'm never gonna after he canceled the second time he was gonna tell me everything. And that was
I have to walk away for a second, but I'm still listening.
he I told you, like at that point I was like, I'm never gonna hear the truth and I don't want this on my conscience. So I called Chris knowing full well, like I wanted to talk to him and tell him not negative things about Josh. No, it wasn't like I was calling to like be like, Josh is such a blah, blah, blah. It wasn't like that. It was like I literally said, I was nervous about it. You know, I was worried about him. I was calling him out of concern and I knew that I couldn't do anything about it because I knew that I couldn't trust him and that he wasn't going to tell me the truth. But, and then, you know, he hung up on me. I sent him a very long email and it said nothing negative. It wasn't mean. It was not mean. It was out of concern. And I sent him the screenshots that I just read that are, you know, one of them is up on the screen. And, um, and he, you know, he hung up on me and blocked me. And then I got all these texts from Josh that were like very threatening. And that's when I blocked him on any way possible. One thing he did say was like, I knew it. You and Doug have been plotting against me from the beginning, which I literally laughed out loud because it was such a thing that Doug would say, you know. I don't talk to Doug. And that was not what it was. I truly was calling Chris out of concern for Josh because I knew that I was not going to be able to help him or even, I didn't even want to think about, like, I just didn't want it on my conscience. And people are going to say that I'm manipulating Ziggy. People are going to say whatever they want to say. I plan on walking away from YouTube. I put up those last videos. I'm not going to finish the ones that aren't finished. I've already downloaded them onto my hard drive and trusted the other things. You know, you don't wait. Because I know I don't trust Jenny Penny. I think I was not out for revenge. I just wanted, I wasn't out for revenge. I wanted people, I hate seeing people scammed. And I felt like he was scamming people, at least with the documentaries, you know? And so that's why I was making those plagiarism documentaries. I wanted him to take accountability, but also that plant the seed that you cannot always trust what people say. because that's how you can get scammed. So I understand that you don't trust me. You don't know me well enough to trust me.
And no, she's not manipulating me at all, because I've seen enough from screenshots and actual like real stuff, heard enough that I can make my decision on my own without like
Terry Berry, it's good that you don't trust me. It's good that you don't trust random people on YouTube. I learned that lesson very well. And, you know, I'm stupid.
Yeah, that's why I want everybody to know all this. I know that's why I did this. I knew you didn't want me to, but that's why I did, because I want people to know like the truth, like have all of it. Don't just have like the, you know, what people want you to, you know, what people want to hear. There's so much more, like, and I didn't understand. It took a long time. I mean, it's a lot. Like, I couldn't believe like I couldn't believe like she was, she started showing me the stuff. I'm like, oh my God, this is like way worse than I thought.
Right. And I used to remember in that, I just sent you a screenshot that I think that we should read, but I remember in that call you kept saying, no, I really do think that he fell in love with you. And I kept saying, no, he didn't. Stop, you know? And the more that I told you about the money stuff, the more I think you started to understand that it was really about the money, you know?
I feel like, I don't know. I said earlier on here still that I felt like he's still, I don't know. I still kind of am torn about that. Like whether or not that, if it was just strictly about money, or if, I don't know. Like,
Terry, can I answer that for you? You said, no, I don't trust Josh. I think what he did was wrong, but I can also see the Jenny Penny is out to destroy somebody who hurt her and doesn't make her look good. I'm walking away from YouTube. None of you really know me. Like, why would I want, like, it doesn't matter whether I look good or bad. I make myself look bad.
Yeah, you're not dependent on YouTube. She's not dependent on YouTube. She's just a subscriber, and like,
I'm a nobody. And I also am not Jenny Penny anymore. I've deleted that account like long ago, right? Like in early July, you know. I don't come on YouTube. I've come on YouTube like a handful of times under the screen name Glaciers.
Yeah, you didn't even want me. You didn't even really want me saying that your name, you know.
Yeah. So this one says, hang on. Oh shoot. Jeez. What am I? Okay. I'm not naturally like this. I've never scammed anybody ever. I typically don't lie. But with all this shit with the weed crap, the $6,500 was because my stupid cousin took them to the guy's house where they grow the weed and they stole all his lights and generators. And I said, now people are going to say that I'm lying about this, but I don't talk about my faith. I don't need to, but I'm a very faithful person. And Josh and I had many discussions about God and about faith and about the, you know, we both felt like God had brought us together. I mean, I know that's not true. I know it's not true, but I said, you'll be tempted, but stay with God even when the desert is exhausting and it feels like you're alone. God is with you, but you have to give everything to him and have faith that he will lead you. And he said, and they blamed us for it, meaning the generator. Like, okay, so I'll just read his stuff. Okay. I'm not naturally like this. I've never scammed anybody ever. I typically don't lie, but with all this shit, with the weed crap, the $6,500 was because my stupid cousin took them to the guy's house where they grow the weed and they stole all his lights and generator and they blamed us for it. Well, Robert doesn't care and he wasn't going to fix it. And I said, after the God stuff, he said, and blamed us for it. Well, Robert doesn't care and he wasn't going to fix it. I said, I need to pay attention to my friend. I'm sorry. Just call me later. So I was hanging out with a friend of mine that I don't see very often when he was sending me all this. So I didn't want to get into it. I just wanted to it was also just so confusing. And I knew if I picked it apart and wanted to talk to him about what he was saying, because it didn't make any sense. Like, you had told me all this stuff about your dog and your grandma and your son's graduation party, and you kept it up until out of the blue, I get this message saying that you just needed fast money to get new equipment. Like, I don't understand. How does it go from that to go to that, you know? So I was like, I was with my friend and I couldn't get into it, you know? And then he says, okay, I'll tell you how they robbed him for his shit. It was a mess, and I'm sorry I lied to you, but it wasn't all about the money. I loved talking to you. The stress was overwhelming. I'm sure you could understand. And then in the next text message, I can send that to you, Ziggy. I asked him about, isn't $9K too much for 2 pounds of weed? He said it's not when they plan on selling it out of town. I'll send it to you.
Okay. Yeah, that doesn't even, no, that's a high amount.
I don't know, my experience with drugs is non-existent. I don't know anything about weed. I don't know how much it costs. I don't know any of that. So
I don't know. I never bought a pound, but
I know that it's illegal. I mean, I know it's
I was
legal
doing
in
the math in my
California.
head at $50. I just like started adding it up in my head. Like, okay, if they charge 50 an eighth, and I'm just, do the math in my head. I'm like, I was like, wait, there's no way he paid that much. There wouldn't be, I mean, just using my common sense. But yeah, you wouldn't know because you don't know how much weed sells for or anything like that.
Oh, I've never smoked it in my life.
Yeah. But
so I just sent that to you. I think I did.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not mad at Chris. I understand that. I mean, I understand that Chris, why he would do that. But then on the other hand, I kind of don't, because here's someone coming to them like humbly to say that they're genuinely concerned about somebody that is close with him. Like, I couldn't understand that. And it kind of just was like, oh, God, like, so then when I would hear stuff.
How soon did he, it's still sending. It says downloading. So I don't know why.
What about Summer's letter? I don't know if he wrote that or not. Like I said on JTR's thing, I had heard from 2 different people that that Ahmad had written that letter. I didn't write it. I didn't know anything about this. That Ahmad had written that letter and gotten upset, and that, I mean, it didn't make a lot of sense, but that's why he had to re-record it or something. And then I also had been in touch with this Grief and Mourning website that, I didn't put out all of the videos because they weren't all finished, but he took a lot of stuff from this Grief and Mourning website called What's Your Grief? And he took stuff from the comment section even, and it's a community for people that are grieving. And it's really, I know a lot of people are going through hard times and grief and mourning. That website is amazing. They've since written a book. They have a podcast, I think. It's really great. But I had contacted them because their website was down or something. And I contacted them, and I messaged with them, and I asked them, I sent them the transcript of the letter with the timestamps taken out. So it was just with punctuation. And they said that they were like, this is really familiar, but I haven't heard back from them. So, but then after reading the letter without all the bells and whistles and the dramatic stuff and the inflection in his voice and stuff, it's a great letter, but it's not a literary masterpiece. It's not like, it's like, it's a great letter though. It's very heartfelt, but he very well could have written that. That's why I have not said, no, he didn't write that. I'm very honest about that. It's very possible that he wrote it. I don't know. The guide that I went off of, and this is going to sound mean, but the guide that I went off of, my rule for when I was looking up things was just from my own memory. Like, if it sounds smart, then I should look it up. And it was pretty foolproof. I found over 22, instances of plagiarism, not just from YouTube, but also from his No Big Deal podcast. So the third one that I looked up that wasn't the
did you say he was taking using people's comments from a website in his content?
I mean, he did that on Quora too. He did that on Reddit as well. Yeah. So like, because it's a grief and mourning community, so people were talking about their own grief and mourning. I have a frog in my throat, and some of it's really beautiful. I mean, when I didn't. So one thing, that I'm grateful for is that I didn't know about that website before I started doing this. And that website is really powerful and beautiful. And if you do have the chance to check it out, you should. There's this thing where, I mean, it's a really special website. It's called What's Your Grief?
What's your grief?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess that's a good thing that's come from this. Hey, is this a text message that you needed me to put up?
Liza, oh yeah, I'll read it too, but I want to say this, Liza, Jenny Penny, you lament that few. No, I'm so grateful that people support me. I do, but I haven't been reading the chat, and I'm in my own brain with this when it feels like I feel stupid, you know? I feel really stupid. I know that people support me, but I've also seen people that support me. When I looked at that podcast, or not podcast, that YouTube live stream, I saw the same people in there saying I was stupid, you know? So, and I'm at this place where I don't know what to believe and what to trust. So I'm grateful if anyone supports me, but I also am not I'm not building myself up with that. I'm just trying to stay focused myself on not freaking out or not sending myself into a really dark place, you know? But I am so grateful that there would be people that support me, and thank you for that. But please don't think that I'm not grateful for that. I really am. Okay, so I'll read it to you. Thank you for
I need to, after this,
okay.
I better go because it's been like almost 5 hours. I've got to get these products listed. I was supposed to do a sale.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. I know that's
no, it's my fault. This is just also, I mean, I knew it would be a long stream because it's a lot.
Yeah, I know. And we haven't even covered the whole thing, you know? But that's the thing is it's so overwhelming that's kind of why I was just like, I should just keep my mouth shut.
Unless you want to.
No.
Unless you want to, I have no reason to keep, bringing this up again,
You can
unless you want to come up on my panel and continue this another time. Because I know you want it to.
The thing is, I'm not going to come back to YouTube. I'm not, I put up the last of the videos. You can play that one. I'm actually proud of that one. I like how I think it's really, I think it kind of sums up yeah, Josh was plagiarizing from magazine articles and websites and stuff, but to plagiarize from somebody that is your fellow YouTube creator that has almost 1 million subs, it seems like, it's how did you must have really believed that you weren't going to get caught. The other one that he plagiarized from another YouTuber, that team, oh gosh, I can't remember, team something or other.
You guys need to check that out because I didn't end up playing that, but that's definitely
that YouTube does have 1 million subscribers, the Team Empowerment or something like that.
The stuff that he was picking, he didn't even I don't know how he thought he wouldn't get caught. I don't understand it.
I think if you don't get, it's like what he said in one, I have it clipped. When you get away with it one time, you're emboldened to keep doing it, Yeah. Okay, so I'll just read this. So the part that got cut off said, if you look up my criminal record, I don't even have a speeding ticket. I'm not a scammer. I'm a liar for sure, not generally. And I said, I don't plan on looking. I don't care. Look me up. I have nothing either. If I wanted to look you up, I would have. I'm not Ziggy. No offense, Ziggy. That's what it says, though.
Where? I don't even see it. You're not even reading the same thing we're looking at.
Oh, I'm not. Whoops. Anyway, I did say that, Ziggy. No offense. You do.
No, I do look up everything.
Yeah. So, I guess I'll
just. Or did you say look up people?
Yeah, he said
I haven't been able to look at people much lately, but I do research a lot.
But he said that I could look him up, and I said if I wanted to do that, I would have done it sooner. So, but you do look people up, okay? So that's not a dig against you. Anyway, so let's see.
Thank you, Starlight Teal.
Where is that even at, that screenshot that I just sent you?
What did she say? Jenny, who am I to you? What's that mean?
What? I don't know what that means.
Jenny, who am I to you? Starlight Teal. That's weird.
Starlight Teal, you're someone that supported me in ways that no one could ever support me. Thank you very, very much. You have been an incredible friend to me, and someone that has been very like honest and brutal at times, but someone that I am so grateful for. I hope that that is sufficient. I'm not trying to say sufficient's not the right word, but you know how I feel about you. Okay, so he says in the screenshot that I just texted you, hang on, I gotta go back and find it. Good God. Okay.
It's right on the screen.
I know, but I have really bad eyes. I can't read it.
Oh.
I never acted that way. Well, I'm an idiot. It's all confusing to me. I said, it's all confusing to me. 9K is too much for 2 pounds of weed. He said, it's not when they plan on selling it out of town. I said, I'm not ignoring you, but I need to not be rude to my friend. He said, okay. I said, P.S. I'm learning so much about basketball. You didn't tell me that game was like chess. That's like irrelevant. We used to talk about baseball a lot. And he would try to tell me about basketball, and I'd be like, I don't care about basketball. And my friend was telling, my friend is a basketball player. So anyway, not like, it's not like that. So don't think that I'm bragging or something like that. I didn't even tell him who my friend was, and it's not like it's anything. Anyway, he says, I even told them that it wasn't that much, but there wasn't much discussion about that, but it was closer to 15 for everything. What? I'm not going to pay them. So that's like explaining why he had to lie about the money in order to pay back the weed dealer. So he says it was closer to 15,000, and that he told them that there wasn't that much weed there, but there wasn't much discussion about that, but it was closer to 15 for everything. What am I going to do? Not pay them? So that's kind of his explanation for that. Is there anything else I should answer? Like, I just don't. I know there's going to be a ton of misinformation going around. I mean, that's why I was like hesitant about talking about it anymore, was because now people can clip this and say what they want to say, and like, and I just don't have it in me to back it up. Like, and I'm not comfortable around any of this. So anyway, if you have some mean, hard questions to ask me, just ask them. I'll try to answer them as best as I can with the truth. But as far as a screenshot saying, boo your mother, whatever you said, I don't know anything about that. And I certainly would never send something like that. I know what it's like.
Yeah, he sent something to Tiffany saying it was you that sent that. And all you could see from he sent her a message like it was cut around the message, and you couldn't even see anything else but the text. It's like, where did this even come from? I need some context.
Did he copy and paste it? Like, I don't
even know where it came. I don't even know. Like it did. I can't believe Tiffany didn't call it out, but I think she just was so sure that I don't know. See, I feel like I feel like she's so sure in what she believes, but I wish people would. I think if she knew everything, I don't think she would believe like what she does. I mean, I don't think anybody would. I mean, but of course, like maybe it's just because that's my opinion. Is
you
like
say it said boo-hoo, because I just did a search in my messages for boo-hoo, all one word, and boo-hoo, 2 separate words, and nothing comes up other than like the word.
Yeah, and then those call logs and stuff. But people didn't understand. Like he has sent her all kinds of like message emails from like weird emails and stuff too.
I haven't called him at any time recently.
If she did anything like that, like he's done that too, for sure.
I haven't called him since that day that I blocked him like crazy after I called Chris McDonough.
But I do have to go, guys. Like, I have a sale tomorrow, and it was supposed to be tonight, and I'm
a cliche never. I'm sorry. I'm not dating people ever. I'm glad to see you though. No, there's not more to the story. He and I had made plans to talk upon 2 separate occasions. This is for Fed Up. He and I had made plans to talk on 2 separate occasions. He was going to tell me the whole story. He canceled both of those. I called him. All those calls that you're seeing are, unless they say my name and phone number, those were ones that were like when he was like, I mean, it was a giant mess. It was a back and forth thing. But I haven't, like, I wasn't, after Chris McDonough hung up on me and after Josh sent me those texts, that was the end of it, you know, pretty sure. But I'm not, I mean, I did call him a bunch. You did call me a bunch though. But during the whole relationship, I told him straight up from the very beginning when we were talking on the phone when things were decent, you know, were good, that I knew that he had a lot on his plate. So I wasn't even going to bother trying to call him. He could just call me, and he did call me every single night, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as people being like the falling on the sleep on the phone together, I agree with you. It's totally disgusting. It's totally. I'm in my face just turned so hot just even saying it.
Oh no, me. I mean, hey, I mean, I've never done. I don't know if I've never done that, but I do. Me and my boyfriend say some pretty embarrassing things. Like if people saw it, they'd probably be like, "Oh my god, are you freaking serious?" So you know what? Whatever. Especially when you have a long distance relationship. What are you supposed to do?
Wait, what's going on with Starlight Teal? Starlight Teal, yeah, you've been a very good friend, but there were some things that I didn't trust you about that I question, and you know that. Like big things that I questioned that I still don't know the answers to, but you in terms of being a friend and being someone that was very supportive, yeah, and very honest with me about things, yeah. But again, there were things that I still don't know the answers to, and it upsets me, but I will give you the benefit of the doubt, and it actually doesn't matter to me at this point because it's just done and over with. Okay, thank you very much, Ziggy. I'll probably text you later and thank you again.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for
Sorry
coming
about
out. You cleared up a lot. I think you did. I think it went really well, actually. But
Hey,
if
could
people
you
listen to this, I think it would really open
yeah,
the eyes of some people if they take the time to listen to it. But all
yeah,
right.
it's Frosty, and the reason why so Starlight Teal is Frosty, and the reason why it's Frosty is because after you showed those screenshots, and I told you this, Ziggy, and I told many people, I reached out to Frosty because I wanted her to know what those messages were for me and how humiliating it was to see that people that and
Mhm.
she had lied to me straight up to my face about something that I had asked her about during that whole thing. I didn't know that she and those guys were all plotting and doing this stuff. I had no idea, but I wanted her to understand what those messages had meant to me. Like seeing them really hurt me. Um, and she listened and she fully owned up to all of it. She was very
Mhm.
honest about it. And there were times when I didn't when it came to she and I, there she from the first time that I met her in your Discord, she was very I liked how blunt she was in the same way that I was, that she was going to tell someone the truth, you know? But
Mhm.
then she didn't tell me the truth, and that really swayed me. But I always give people a second chance, and I found that she was sincere. I talked to her about I asked her about the Josh thing because she was a mod in there, and I initially asked her about the rumor that I'd heard about somebody had written those whatchamacalled things. Um, Cindy, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it was, but it could have been if she had sent it to somebody else. I don't know. And I'm not going to question it. I said it before. I could spend a million years trying to determine who did what and how those calls got out onto YouTube. I can't tell you. Um, but in terms of somebody that has been very much supportive and has talked me down from just running away, you know. She had some terrible ideas, but she had some great ideas, you know, like for my videos, and she was very nice to me and kind to me. Jenny, you can't strong arm yourself, love. I'm not strong arming myself, love. I'm not asking for love at all. You can all hate me. It's okay. You can, I mean, I don't know what you mean by strong arming yourself for love. I'm not. That I know that people think that
I
I
don't know
was.
what that means.
I get that people were saying that, you know, I was manipulating Josh or whatever, but you can just believe that if you want. This is just ridiculous.
No, well, why did he have to, Connie? But why did he have to make up stories about what he needed money for? You know what I mean? Like, why did he even bring up this stuff? He kept talking about his little sob stories. He had like the worst luck of anybody I've ever seen in my life. Nonstop trauma and tragedy and freaking.
Connie, I tried to push away from him. It was terrible. I tried to push him away because of my own issues and because I
Right?
knew
Because
it
there's
was
so much
logical,
negative.
but he kept coming back with like these huge, like, I love you so much. I want you to be my girlfriend forever. Like all these huge things to draw me back in. And it's hard not to be drawn back in, you know? So I'm sorry that you feel like I armed him to love me. But when I would push him away, which was a lot of times, he would come, he immediately was like, I love you so much. I feel like I want to be with you forever. I only want to be with you. You're the only one that I want, blah, blah, blah. And that wasn't
How many girlfriends did he have?
well, I didn't know about those girlfriends. So when I say that, it wasn't like that. It was like,
right. But how many did he have at one time? I wonder. I mean,
I can't tell you. I can tell you that I received 2 emails saying that, they were with him. I didn't ask the dates or anything. The one woman said that it was up until like whenever the JTR live stream was, that they thought that he was their daughter's girlfriend until they asked him not to be, So, Connie, you can always believe what you want to believe. I'm not going to try to change your mind. Anyway. All right. Thank you, Ziggy.
All right. Good night, guys. I'm going to go. Everybody have a good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.